Now, from your trusted team of meteorologists at Panhandle Weather, this is a winter weather update.
Hey, and good morning. Hope everyone's doing okay this morning across Northwest Florida. Meteorologist Chris Smith here in the Panhandle Weather Studios. Meteorologist Dan Nyman will be joining us shortly. And we're going to get you through the snow this morning. Already getting snow reports over the western Panhandle. So pretty exciting stuff. A few things overnight. They did upgrade parts of our area to a winter storm warning for Holmes and Jackson counties. So they're expected to see a little more snow, a little bit bigger impacts. Now, I think the overall threat from the winter storm is pretty small. Nothing's really changed with that as far as how quickly everything's going to go away and melt today. But the potential to see a little more snow, Jackson, Holmes counties a little bit higher, and then they expanded the winter weather advisory a little bit farther down, down to the south. Let's see. Hey, Ruby. Hey, Rita, Tammy, Patricia, Jennifer, Brenda. Good morning. Hope everyone's having a great start to the day here early on this Sunday morning. I got my coffee. We're ready to go. Feel free to chime in, comment in the app. We can bring those comments up and answer your questions. Don't assume that we know everything, so don't be afraid to let us know what it's doing where you are, your location, and we'll be sure to pass it along. But as we look at live Doppler radar this evening, or this morning, I should say, you see plenty of green on the radar, but we're rapidly seeing things begin to change over to sleet and snow across Northwest Florida. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit about that. When we look at live Doppler radar, we can go over and we can actually see the sleet that's beginning to show up. And if you look real carefully here, now it's called debris detector. This is the correlation coefficient. and we use it to detect debris in the atmosphere during tornadoes. But it can also be used to see where things have changed as far as the state of the precipitation. And as you look here, we see a drop in CC, and that tells us right there is probably the line that switches from rain to sleet, and then behind that is where we're now beginning to see snow develop over the western panhandle. And Laura Knight says it's snowing in Pensacola. Miss Cheryl, thank you for checking in from Callaway. Roadways will be safe to travel. As of right now, we're not expecting any real significant issues on roadways. Again, couple things going against getting issues on the roads are going to be the fact that obviously all the rain that we've seen overnight. And then yesterday it was way up into the 60s. Road temps got up into the 70s. Now those road temperatures are dropping, obviously, as it gets colder, but it should be enough for us to stay on the meltier side as far as the road's not necessarily seeing issues. But I do think, especially across the I-10 corridor, we'll see accumulation on grassy surfaces, railings, cars, and things of that nature. Enough to get you excited, as my daughter said, maybe make a mini snowman. So anyway, this is the correlation coefficient, and it looks like this is going to be kind of the area. Yes. Okay. So Jessica is saying, good morning, Kay. Good morning, Jessica. Good morning, Paula. Snow flurries with sleet in Vernon. Okay. So this is what I'm talking about on radar. So obviously Vernon is right here. You're in that sleet mixed precipitation zone. Here at my house, it's a good question. Here, let me step out here for just a second. It doesn't sound like I'm seeing any sleet right now at my house, but I should. So it's going to get a little noisy here for a second, but what's happening, I'm opening up the garage door, which is like right there in the studio, and I'm just going to take a quick look and see what we're seeing here at the house as far as precipitation. Okay, definitely, I'm definitely seeing sleet now at my house, so, which is really cool. I'm going to grab some video for it, of it real quick, and then I'll share it with you in just a moment. So we're also going to be checking in with storm chasers throughout the morning that are in different parts of the Panhandle to show you as the winter weather impacts are obviously going to be more significant up towards I-10. So if you're watching, say, in Panama City or Mexico Beach or a place like that, you're not going to necessarily see quite the impacts from the storm. So we're going to be able to share that all over our area. Now, I'm going to close the garage door again, so it might get a little noisy here for just a second. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I can show you guys what I just saw here at the house. Let's see. We will be able to bring this up here in just a second. And so this was what I just shot a second ago here at my house. It's not going to look like much, but you could definitely tell on the back of my car, every now and then you would see a little kind of ping or a flake bounce off the rear windshield of the car, and that's sleet. And there was a little bit of snow kind of mixed in as well. So that's what we're looking at right now across our area, is that changeover from rain, where it's been raining all night, into sleet and snow. And so that changeover is going pretty quickly. So Tracy, I know you're in Mexico Beach. You're not changing over yet. I'm not 100% convinced you will, but you know, we'll see. Concerns for drivers on I-10, not necessarily. Again, I think for the most part, I think the roads are going to be okay, and everything's going to melt super, super fast. The snow is really coming down in Crestview. That's awesome. Okay, so let me go ahead and I can pull this off real quick. Hopefully it doesn't kick me out. And it comes back over to Max. Of course it did. Okay, we'll bring it back over here in just a sec. Sometimes it doesn't like to find that input, but here you go. We're going to get it. There we go. So there's your changeover line with the sleet. Now, I am going to let's go pull up here in a second. We're going to pull up here some of the cameras. So we're going to go Florida511.com, and we can pull up the traffic cameras, and we'll see what we're able to see across our area. Kind of give us an idea of what's going on. Okay, so this is Florida 511, their site, and we'll come over here to, let's come in and we'll look at, let's see, where's the zoom in feature? Oh, there it is. Okay. So folks were saying that it's snowing in Crestview, and we'll go here to show video, and we'll widen out the picture. And that's the problem with right now, just because it's still so dark. It's obviously not daylight, but as we get a little bit closer, we'll be able to probably see a little more efficiently that indeed it is snowing. Because like if you look at this right now, you can't necessarily really tell that it's snowing. There's, see traffic's moving along. DOT has been out treating the roadways. That's the other thing too, is I mean, not that that's foolproof, but like the major interstates and roads, those have all been treated. And again, with those temperatures being so warm and all the rainfall we've seen and the fact that we're not going to hit freezing, all of that just kind of coming together to that, you know, we don't think that we're going to end up seeing significant impacts when it comes to the snow and the accumulation. So let's come over here and we'll go over towards, let's see, Milton. So now we're getting closer to Pensacola in the state line. Let's see what we have here. This is, let's see, I-10. So this is almost at the state line. And obviously you can see like the cars are moving along completely fine here at 5:04 in the morning. But again, it's difficult to tell. You can't really tell that it's snowing, but indeed, it definitely is over into the Pensacola area. We'll come over to Defuniak Springs. There's Defuniak Springs right now. But I think it's going to take until, to a certain extent, daybreak for us to be able to to be able to see what's, to actually see like the big flakes and stuff like that. You guys, if you see them at your house, you can submit them. You could submit pictures through the app. You could post some picture videos to my Facebook page as well, and you'll be able to check. You can check that out. Let's see. Okay, so this is our friend Joseph Mandeville, and this is from 9 minutes ago. And you can see that he was farther down I-10 with seeing some snow. This was a little bit farther to the west. Probably, I'm guessing this was maybe at the state line. But you can see there, using the light, you could definitely tell a big, much bigger difference there as far as being able to see snow. That was 19 minutes ago. This was just 9 minutes ago. You can see some pretty big flakes there. Looks like probably the Welcome Center. I mean, that's pretty incredible. That's awesome. So that's over, a little bit farther west. So that's what's going to be heading in our direction, is we're going to begin to see that change over here throughout the morning hours. Okay, he was in Paxton. Thank you very much, Jessica. I appreciate that. I knew he was at a state border. I remember he saw the changeover. He was at the Love Station, which I think was in Mossy Head originally. So that makes sense that he might go north. Pulling an all-nighter, hoping for snow in Fountain. Miss Haley, I think you will see snow in Fountain. Will the snow make it to Callaway, Chris? I'm hopeful that it's going to make it to Callaway, but it's definitely not a guarantee. As the snow moves east, it will become a little dicier as to what you end up seeing. We could go look at. Here is our latest with the watches and warnings. This is looking at Jackson County and Holmes counties. You have a winter storm warning, and you see the winter weather advisory that they issued for northern and central Walton, Washington, Northern Bay, Calhoun, Northern Liberty, and Gadsden counties. So they did expand this during the overnight hours. Remember, yesterday it was just a winter weather advisory for Mariana. So the models have continued to kind of up things just a little bit. And so like in those pink areas, you're talking about maybe as much as 1 to 2 inches of snow, mainly on grassy surfaces and things like that. And then less than an inch kind of in these the blue or purple colors there from Walton, Washington, Bay, and over into Calhoun, Liberty, and Gadsden counties. Obviously, kind of the main area is going to be up into Georgia, through Albany, and then up towards Cordele, Macon, and out there towards, that's Lawrence County, so Dublin. See, Tammy's in Chattahoochee. Thank you very much. Kim's saying just rain in Kings Point. You should see some sleet in there here very, very quickly. Marlerific? Is that what I'm saying? Snow and it does whatever. So all good. Snow in Pensacola. That's what we need to know. Thank you very much. I apologize for butchering your name. David, Bayou George area. I think you'll see a switch over to snow here in just a little bit, or at least sleet and then snow. If we look over at our computer model here, this is the Barron 3K model, and you see basically there's your changeover line moving in, so has a pretty good handle. And so we have a question like about Mexico Beach and Callaway. And notice, so here's the deal is when you look at this, you see the snow, but notice the sleet mixed precipitation doesn't make a ton of progress east. So it's kind of in this area here, and then it gets into like Calhoun and Bay County, maybe it's a little bit of a wintry mix type scenario, but it stays rain east of there. So, that's where things get a little more precarious as far as, who's going to end up seeing snow and how far does that end up getting? Like, it's not a guarantee that Callaway is going to end up getting snow. I think you will get some mixed precipitation as the system moves east. But, as you look here, you're going to see the moisture. So if we go through, so there we are, 7:38, 8:30. Notice it kind of stays in that sleet and then rain. You're just on the edge, and then it changes from a little bit of snow back over to rain at the end. And then the clouds move out, the sunshine returns, and the melting begins in earnest. And I would be surprised if we have, I would be surprised if there's much left at the end of the day, put it that way. So again, this is our debris detector. And, again, this is something that gets used for tornadoes, but you can also use it to check out the phase of liquid. So, is it snow? Is it sleet? Is it, ice pellets? And so the way the radar beam bounces off of that is different. And we see a CC drop. So the change in colors right here. Usually it's like 0.85 to 0.97 for ice. And that's what we're seeing here. And this is that sleet that's moving east. So it's continuing to kind of slide to the east, sleet. And then in behind that is, this is going to be snow. And out in front of it, this is going to be rain. So the snow and rain kind of show up similarly, but the ice pellets are a little bit different. And so you see that CC drop. I can see Dan is up in Kentucky, and I could see that he was doing a little bit of work on the computer. So hopefully he'll be joining us here in just a little bit, and then we'll start checking in with some of the storm chasers as far as showing you what's going on around the Panhandle. But, it's definitely here. We're seeing that changeover now. We're moving from rain after a cold rain all night long. We're now beginning to see that changeover in precipitation. Now, as far as, let's look at those temperatures across our area, and we'll clear that out, and we'll pixel query, and you see, temperatures are still very borderline, but they definitely drop as you move to the west, and then we're still, in the 40s across most of our area. I mean, it can snow in the 40s, but it's really difficult for that to end up happening. But you'll see, again, temperatures dropping from the west and towards the east. Winds right now, most of the winds are in that 10 to 15 mile an hour range across our area, and those winds are mainly out of the north. Nothing in the way. Well, we have 200 people without power right now in Bay County. But that's the only power outages, and you see there's your winter storm warning in the pink and winter weather advisory in the blue colors right there. Hey, kitty. Cat's here for the storm coverage. Still just rain in Alpha. Yeah, still just rain there. we appreciate y'all so much for tuning in. Make sure to share this on your social media pages so other people that don't know about us see the coverage and what we're doing here at Panhandle Weather. And the more the merrier in the chat. You know, this is a snow event, so it's meant to be fun. Dan and I last year, you know, obviously last year was a whole different monster when it comes to snow, but it was the most fun I've ever had in my career, by far. You know, snow should be fun. You know, ice is not fun, hurricanes are not fun, severe weather is not fun. This is fun. And so hopefully as many of us as possible will end up seeing at least some snow. Again, it's not going, you know, it's not going to match up to last year, but, you know, it's still going to be exciting. And for some of us, especially across the I-10 corridor, if it wasn't for last year, this would be the most significant snow event in a lot of our lifetimes, going back to probably 1989. You know, so this is, you know, very rare. And to get it 2 years in a row is crazy. You know, and, you know, like I said, last year, you know, when you got like a half foot of snow up in Mariana, that's a whole different thing. This year you could get 2 inches, you know, so in comparison, it's not going to be as cool, but it's still really cool. And without last year, you'd be like over the moon, excited, like the greatest snowstorm ever. So, Suzanne, thank you very much from Altha. Still just raining in the Sandhills so far, raining in Fountain, yeah. If we come over here to radar, EVX, and come back over to debris, you can see it's pretty much that sleet line is right through Mariana, Washington County, and then kind of a mixture as you go back over into Destin. We're seeing a mix, and even along coastal sections of Okaloosa County and Santa Rosa and Escambia counties there. Now, the one thing I'm, you know, kind of seeing right now is the progression. Well, here. We'll come back to, let's go back to now, okay? And I want you guys, oops, there we go. So we're gonna draw our line like this, okay? And I want you guys to go back, we're gonna go back over the past hour. And if you look especially towards the last part here, the progression to the east is kind of halted, at least for the time being. So that mixture of sleet and rain and maybe a few snowflakes mixed in is just kind of stalled from Jackson County through Washington County, not really finding its way into Bay County quite yet. You know, I'm out here in South Walton. Right now, it looks like I'm seeing mainly just rain, maybe a little bit of sleet mixed in, but you see that sleet continues right along the coastline, and then up here is where we're seeing snow. So what we need is for the cold air to continue to push in so we could see that column continue to cool and see that change over here. But it definitely looks like things have kind of stalled out as far as that eastward progression. So if you're up in Southport, Lynn Haven, Panama City, it's just a really cold rain right now. And we're not seeing that changeover, at least not yet. And, you know, again, that's very similar to what I just showed you guys a second ago on our Barron 3K model, which was, notice the progression east, how it just kind of like, definitely like Bay County, it's definitely on the fringe when you of this mixture and then the snow east. It's having a hard time, the model, getting this to go through Bay County, let alone Gulf County, Liberty, Franklin counties. Laura says, everyone out west of PCB go outside and blow to the east as hard as you can to send it our way. I love it. Teresa, watching from Sneeds, thank you very much. Still raining in Graceville. You should see some sleet mixing in Graceville. You're definitely kind of, you know, Graceville is right up here. and you should be seeing at least some sleet mixing in at the very least. Let's see. Leon County. Oh, Leon County. Maria, I don't think so. I think you're going to end up seeing just rain over into Tallahassee. Let's see. Hoping for at least a few flurries in Bay County. I think that's hopeful, possible. You know, but as far as maybe a big changeover, probably not. Bluntstown getting snow. Bluntstown's going to be hard. Now, that being said, Calhoun County is under a winter weather advisory, okay? So if I bring this back up, there you go. So this is, you know, Calhoun, Liberty, winter weather advisory, inland sections of Bay County. But again, these are, you know, you're definitely on the margins here. The wind is really bad in PCB. Yeah, the wind's really picked up out of the north, mainly 10 to 15 miles an hour. Mariana, I do think that you will see snow out of this. From the beginning, you've been kind of like ground zero for where we think snow is going to be, like the most likely area to see a decent amount of snow would be up into Holmes and Jackson counties. So I think certainly a dusting, you know, maybe more than an inch of snow could be possible, mainly on grassy areas. We could share it with others. Patiently waiting for it to arrive. Haley, yes. Let's see, just rain in Holmes County right now. What about Bonifay? Bonifay, you're in that winter storm warning. So according to that, it's like a 1 to 2 inches of snow possible, mainly on grassy surfaces. But as we look at live Doppler radar, again, the issue that we have is that precip line of the winter precip is, not making a ton of progress off to the east. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, awesome. Here, let me show you all this. This is from a friend of mine over in the Pensacola area. So there you go, proof. Look at that. That's just snow. That's fantastic, Brian. Thank you so much for sharing that. That's all. It's just proof that it's out there, my friends. I'm not lying to you. You just got to go over to Pensacola to see it, at least right now. But again, we're hoping it's going to continue to slide down I-10 and get closer to our area. But that's awesome. Love to see it. Let's see. There we go. It switched over right this time. My daughter wants to know if we should see some snow in Graceville. I do think, Kayla, that you are going to see snow in Graceville. Callaway is definitely a little sketchier. I'm not as convinced that the snow is going to make it through all of Bay County. You'd be more likely over towards West Bay to see it than you would over into Callaway, put it that way. Defuniak Springs, a little rain right now. It's snowing in Defuniak, says Zoe. Weewa, I'm not optimistic about Weewa or Mexico Beach seeing snow. Could you see something mix in briefly? Maybe, but I'm not expecting anything to, anything probably too exciting other than the novelty of seeing maybe a few flakes. But it's going to be hard pressed to see that wintry weather move through east of Bay County. South Walton, I think South Walton will see some snow. You're already seeing sleet. I've seen some sleet at my house in South Walton. Everyone says the wind is really whipping. Carolyn's watching Chipley. It's what time do you think for Calhoun County? Calhoun County is going to be tough because, again, if you look here, notice this sleet line has stalled out. So it's not making any more progress to the east. So until that sleet line comes through, we're not going to see the changeover to snow. So it's taking its time, and we'll have to see. Does it end up? Is this where it stalls out? And so we only end up ever seeing snow over the western part and up along I-10. It's possible. Janie, thank you very much for watching. You think Bayou George Fountain area might see some flakes? I am optimistic that you will see some flakes. Cottonwood, Alabama, Chris, welcome. Sneeds, any chance? I think Sneeds has a very good chance to see at least some flakes. Miss Laura, you're very welcome. Sleet between Chipley and Cottondale, yeah, that's what I think. Some sleet and flakes in Upper Grand Lagoon, not surprising. David, 519 Panama City Beach. It's raining very hard. Yeah. Looks like Dan's going to be calling in a second and driving from Kentucky. Not literally driving, but he'll be driving like the computers from Kentucky. Right now, you're kind of just stuck with me. So we'll be excited to have him jump in a minute. Let's see. Let's bring it back over. Let's look at some cameras. Let's look at some cameras. Let's see, we can go to weather stem. Okay, so let's go look at Baker, and we'll pull up the camera. These are weather stem cameras, and they're super, super handy. And we'll look at the live stream and see if there's anything that we can see. It's streaming, but I'm not really seeing. It's difficult to tell when it's this dark. Let's see. Let's go over into Santa Rosa counties. And okay, there we go. We can at least see something on this one here. So you see, this is East Milton Park, the weather stem camera there, and you see that's the wind that everyone's talking about, how windy it is. But I mean, you can't necessarily tell from this stream that it's snowing. We're probably going to have to wait probably about another half hour and change till we get better views from the cameras that you can actually see, like, oh, it's really snowing. It's snowing in Gaskin. Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much, Miss Marcia. I know you're excited. Virginia Pitts, good evening. Just rain here south of I-10 and Chipley. Yeah, you might see some sleet mix in with that, but that's about it right now. I saw sleet just now over here by the bypass. And And I think, let's see, by bypass, are you talking about like Okaloosa County, I think? It's snowing into Funiac. Fantastic. So let's pull up. Let's see if we can see anything on any of the camera. Let's go to Mossy Head. Oh, look at this. This is awesome. Okay, this is good stuff. So this one has a little bit more lighting with it. Oops. There we go. And this is in Mossy Head. You can definitely tell these are big flakes that we're looking at right now. This is at Mossy Head Elementary in Walton County, and there's some big flakes mixed in on that. Now I'm excited. So that verifies what you guys are telling us. And I can see, let's see, what about the Millville area? Millville's going to be really touchy. As you get into Eastern Bay County, the changeover is going to be very difficult. You know, how far east? I see Dan. There's Dan. Hold on. Let me put this in and get my AirPod in. And let's see. There we go. I think I can hear you, Dan. Are you there? Yep, I can hear you clicking around. How are things in Kentucky? Is it snowing? Mm-hmm. Dan's checking on getting his audio straight. And,
there we go.
And if y'all at home can let us know if you can hear Dan when. I can definitely hear him here. There we go.
Yeah. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to sound like Jim Nantz commentating on the Masters for at least another hour. I am
oh, because everyone's asleep?
I am not in my own home. I am not in my own state.
You're yeah, they're not your in-laws yet, so you have to like be at least more respectful right now. Like
respectful of the residents. That's
yeah.
Exactly.
A year from now, you're part of the family. You can make as much noise as you want.
Exactly. So I'll keep it down, but I'll lean in so the mic picks me up. But
oh yeah,
what a crazy morning.
Dude, it is. So what we're seeing is you can see that I have the feed up from Mossy Head, and this has been the best camera by far. A lot of the other cameras you can't really see much right now, but like the Mossy Head camera, it's I say it's coming down, like it's all relative, but like there's a lot of flakes. It's Florida, I know. And that's what I was telling folks is like if it wasn't for last year, this would be like the biggest snow event in 35 years, 36 years, like since the 1989 snow. And then, although I'm really having my doubts as to like how much of like how far east this is going to get. Have you looked at the radar?
Yeah, so I was looking at radar and surface temperatures, which look great over towards Funiac Springs and Paxton and places in the western Panhandle. The temperatures are a little less ideal as you get towards the east, and then the radar itself, like that back edge, Chris, is moving a little quicker than I would have expected too.
Yeah, it's already in Baldwin County. But like the thing that I noticed is that that CC drop where we have the mixture of precipitation is like almost like flattened out. Like it's, and the question is, will it get a nudge as that back edge comes in? Does it get nudged so we get more progression off to the east? Or is this going to end up being where like Bay County gets like nothing, Calhoun gets nothing, and you end up like everything is like Walton, Okaloosa, like along the I-10 corridor, and very little is much south of there.
Well, I'm an hour ahead too, so you still have, another 2.5 hours of optimism because we have until then before temperatures will start to try to rise back up. And then
Yeah.
I think that evaporative cooling is just a slow process, so we could get there. But yeah, it doesn't look as good right now. I do have this video that was sent to me about 15 minutes ago.
Okay.
This is from up towards Paxton here, and you'll see it was coming down pretty good. Not sticking here in the video, but at least a pretty good snowfall right there.
Well, it rained so much last night, and that's gonna, between, obviously it was like way up into the 60s yesterday. The road temperatures were up into the 70s to near 80. And then the rain, like all that's working against this sticking, and we're not expected to hit freezing, so, until tonight. And the sun's gonna come out today, things aren't gonna last very long.
I mean, imagine if it was cold enough to stick with how much rain was coming down.
Oh, I know.
It was cold enough to be and even what we're getting here is probably close to like a 5-to-1 ratio of snow to water droplet equivalents. But last year was amazing. 10-to-1, 12-to-1 ratios.
Hey,
if we were able to pull this off, this could be even bigger.
Yeah, if you want, Dan, I can pull up. I had in my show prep, believe it or not, I have a couple things that I pulled into in the show prep area for on links, and the two different things that are mainly there that if you want to at some point, I can do it too, but if you want to, it's there to talk about why the snowflakes look the way they do. Some explainers as far as the dendrites and why these are the big flakes and not plates. And then also too, the other thing was the snow ratio. Let's see, they have to kind of explain, let's see, input ratio model. Okay. So when we talk about, there we go. When we talk about the ratios of what Dan's talking about, 5-to-1, 10-to-1, meaning that, in order to get X amount of snow, so if you have a 10-to-1 ratio, okay, so that's a trace is a trace, but let me bring up, so 1 inch of snow, the liquid equivalent of rain is 0.1. So when you melt that 1 inch of snow, it actually ends up being just 0.1 inches of rain. And so when Dan was talking about, if as your numbers go up, whether you're 10-to-1, 15-to-1, this is all foreign stuff, but it has a big impact as to how much moisture in the atmosphere leads to how much snow you end up getting. So depending on the amount of moisture in the atmosphere, as you drop or go up, that's going to impact the amount of snow that you end up getting based on the available moisture there. Now, obviously, as you go up, it's going to be, as we go up here, so if you get 5 inches of snow at a 10-to-1, that's going to lead to a 1/2 inch of liquid precipitation. And 10 inches would be 1 inch of liquid equivalent. That's at a 10-to-1 ratio.
So you can see really quickly how this whole snow forecasting thing becomes very difficult because we have a hard enough time picking rainfall totals, and now you're applying a multiplier effectively based on the temperature of a thin layer of the atmosphere and how saturated it is. You could, especially in the Gulf Coast here, and you compare this year's event to last year's event, you can see very quickly how we could go from the greatest snow event ever to something that is just a quick dusting and it moves on.
Yeah.
It's a very fine margin with all of this, which I think rather than being somewhat pessimistic about the lower impact snow from this year. Just amazing that we even got it.
Yeah. So, if you're at like a 20-to-1 ratio, and you're thinking we're probably closer to 5-to-1.
I think we're about 5, maybe 6-to-1 right now. It's big, wet snowflakes at the moment, so it's falling quickly. It's not the light, fluffy stuff that accumulates with a lot of air in between. It's just basically white raindrops is how quickly it's falling down. So you're not getting a whole lot of multiplication to the water equivalent as far as what you're seeing with snowfall.
So
although I think for us it does look a little cooler because they are those big puffy snowflakes.
Yeah, it's definitely much more impressive to see. But like if you get like 20-to-1, then 2 inches of snow is just 0.1. So 10-to-1 is 1 inch of snow equals 0.1 of rain, okay? And 20-to-1 would be 2 inches of snow would only lead to 0.1 of rain, so the same amount. And then 5, you're going into, obviously the opposite direction. Now, I was explaining to them earlier that the debris detector, while we also use correlation coefficient mainly to see debris like in tornadoes, because obviously we don't see a lot of snow around here, you can actually use it to determine where there's ice. And so you see a different color on the map, and that kind of gives us an idea of where this sleet, it's bouncing off of some ice pellets in the atmosphere.
Yeah, and I see what you're saying here now as we kind of get right over towards the western part of Bay County, and it's like just not wanting to go any further east.
No. Let's look at the Destin camera and see if we can see anything there.
Maybe.
I mean, there's definitely rain in there. So if we're seeing anything, it's a mix.
So from updates in the chat, Chris, we have nothing in Santa Rosa Beach yet. Freezing rain, so just a cold rain right now in Niceville. It is snowing, though, in Mossy Head. And Cheryl wanted to know what time it might snow in Callaway, and that's kind of what we're dissecting here. Is it could be a fine line between, if Bay County were to see snow, how far south can it get? Or is, Panama City, Springfield, Lynn Haven, Callaway going to be stuck with a cold rain at 35 degrees? Well, you drive up 231, get towards Youngstown or maybe Fountain, you're seeing more of this big snowflake sort of fun.
Yeah. I'm not super optimistic like Eastern Bay County is going to see anything but maybe a little bit of a mix at best. I'm not convinced that you're going to end up seeing a changeover to all snow or anything like that, and certainly nothing that would stick, which, brings me to concerns I have about Gulf County and Franklin County. Well, I mean, Franklin's pretty much off the table, but even into Gulf County, like Weewa, Mexico Beach, St. Joe Beach, not super optimistic that we're going to be able to push it through. We'll see. It's certainly possible. Will it snow here at the Calypso Pier Park? I'm hoping to get some flakes there. Right now, it's definitely not. It's that snow, sleet line is just kind of camped out over South Walton right now, not making any more progress into county. So you're stuck with a cold rain. I'm hopeful that we can do it, but I don't think it's going to be a big deal. But I think if we could just see the snow that we're seeing in Mossy Head, even for 5 minutes, that would probably be exciting enough to at least say you saw it.
It's snowing in Laurel Hill and Sticking, says Michelle. So again, you get up into that like Florida Alabama border area, and it's a very different event that you're experiencing right now than what you're seeing here on the radar. As you get down even towards like Niceville at the moment, Chris, over towards Freeport, like you're not far away from it, but the general trend is not looking as good for those sorts of locations in and around the bays and the Gulf, where the water is just a little too warm.
Yeah. This was Milton. Might have to see 538. Yeah, I need to refresh that. Yep. So there, you can't really see a whole lot right there. I'm not 100%. This is, I can't even remember which camera that is. This was the Mossy Head camera. But it's still snowing really good in Mossy Head. That's fantastic. It's, we could go up to Paxton here, and we'll see if we can't, you know, again, daylight's kind of the issue. So I think finding cameras that have you know, lights like in the parking lot, like that we're seeing over in Mossy Head, is going to end up being the key. Let me look in Crestview. The camera there. Let's see. It's overlooking kind of City Hall there in Crestview. And let's see what we can. The pharmacy there. Or is that one not? That one doesn't stream. I think it's just showing still images. Let me see if we can't find like a. There we go. Let's pull up here. This is at Crestview High School. It kind of points up a little high to be able to see anything, but that's a live stream from the high school there in Crestview. So by far and away, the Mossy Head camera is definitely the best camera that we have right now. Into the service chat, what they have in there.
I have a few interesting things to pull up here again. I know I did see a comment. We might have lost it here. That was too early for all this math, but it's a big part of what we're doing here this morning. So let me find the computer I want to do this on and make this easy on myself. I've never really done this on one screen, and the amount of tabs that I have going on in front of my face is a little bit unsettling.
Andalusia, it's on the ground in Andalusia.
Okay, well, I'll pull the radar back up while I get this going. So there you are back there. "9 a.m. for Bluntstown." Does that sound correct? Might be a little late.
I think if you're saying 9 a.m., I think you're rapidly running out of real estate to have snow. Like, I'm not 100% convinced it's going to make it to Bluntstown. So, you know, that's the problem, is this line moves to the east. As you get through 9 o'clock, temperatures are already warming, so that cooling that we're seeing right now starts to get undone by just, you know, the fact that it's daytime and the temperatures, you know, rise. And so You know, it needs to probably be sooner to get there if we're going to end up seeing snow in Blountstown. Let's see. It's snowing at my son's house in Sampson. Nice. They're in Alabama. Yeah, they're definitely seeing snow up there.
So here we go, Chris. This is something we talked about a couple of nights ago. This is our atmospheric profile. If you look at like a single point and then we're to take a balloon, hypothetically send it up from that point and analyze the temperature and the moisture and all these other different parameters from the surface all the way up to the top of the atmosphere. Definitely not going to try to make it as complicated of an explanation this time. But I picked a point here up to where we know it is snowing. And if you look, here's your red line right here for freezing temperatures. And if I cut that off, the entire atmosphere is below freezing. So we're now looking really good up across I-10, the Alabama-Florida border, for seeing good productive snowfall. You also notice these two blue lines here. That's like your snowflake growth zone in the most simple terms, and your atmosphere is really saturated there. So that was what we were talking about with some of the rates. So I'm not sure my mic was on there. Now, if I switch this location, a little closer towards the coast. And like, this is down towards Freeport. You're getting closer. You still have temperatures kind of dip above warmer than freezing just a few hundred feet above the ground. So you're getting really close to that changeover point. But then as you get over towards Bay County, you have a little more work to do. You're right along that freezing line from about 4,000 or 5,000 feet all the way down to the ground. So another 1 to 2 degrees of cooling temperatures, then you will start to enjoy what we're seeing elsewhere. But obviously time is kind of of the essence, because as the time goes onwards here, we get closer towards the sun rising, some of these temperatures will start to respond in the wrong direction for seeing snowfall. So that's what Chris was mentioning. Like, here's over towards Blountstown. You've got still probably 1,000 feet from the ground up of above freezing temperatures that need to cool, and that looks like actually we need to cool a pretty significant amount down towards the surface, another 3 or 4 degrees. So there's more work to do as you get further towards the east. Obviously, we expect some of that work to be done, but there's going to be a line probably somewhere between 231 and Tallahassee where it's like somebody just shut the faucet off on the snowfall, and temperatures never actually get to the point where we get to make any real use of this setup as far as snowfall is concerned. And that's what we're seeing here, is this debris detector, which is actually being used right here to sample the types of water droplets and ice crystals in the atmosphere. It's looking real good north of I-10, but we're not seeing any real progress as far as that changeover from a wintry mix where you have all the brighter colors. That's in along Highway 20 right now. And then further south and east of that, it almost seems like, Chris, there's a little Gulf influence, not at the ground, but maybe just like a little bit of a warm nose going on here as you get into Panama City, Lynn Haven, and then of course Gulf and Franklin County as well. You got that southwesterly flow with the moisture coming in, and it looks like that might be limiting the impacts we might see otherwise from these cooling temperatures from the precipitation.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to note there is that the back edge of the precip is already into Pensacola. Like, so that just kind of goes along with the thinking that, like, we're running out of real estate very fast this morning. You know, we have just maybe 3 more hours, you know, and are we going to be able to cool down the atmosphere enough to get that snow to, you know, get snow across more of our area. Sorry, no one else is up yet here at the house, so I had to make my own coffee. This is terrible.
Oh. And so we have a few updates from the chat. Real cold rain in Panama City Beach right now, says Kelsey. It is snowing in Graceville, snowing in Crestview, so you get onto that I-10 sort of corridor through Holmes, Walton, Okaloosa County. Things are looking good. Sleeting and Round Lake, Chris. So there's your wintry mix out there. You have just a pretty sizable layer of air that might be 33 or 34 degrees, and that water or the snowflakes are melting before refreezing as they get down towards the ground. Good news for Southport, though. It is sleeting now. So perhaps a little bit of a changeover trying to take place, or maybe we stay in that kind of wintry mix sleet range for Southport for the entirety of this event, because time is running out, as Chris said, with the back edge of that precipitation already moving towards places like Milton and back into Gulf Shores right now.
Yeah. Now it is of note that we are seeing that that sleet line, which I can pull this. So there we go. Okay. So this is kind of our sleet area right here. Now look on the back edge towards Pensacola. The sleet is now making a little bit more progress off to the east, but behind that, there's hardly any precipitation left. So you're going to have like a window of like literally, very short period of time that we're going to see like some snow over towards Pensacola and Milton before it shuts off. And this will continue to progress off to the east right along the coastline. Now, the problem is as it moves east and the sun comes up here in 40 minutes, then we start the warming process. So then that column that we've done all that work to cool down begins to warm up. And as Dan was showing you, like it's very precarious, like as far as like how close it is to snow and not snow, that does this area out here where we're seeing snow, how far east does it get before it gets shut off? And I have my doubts, like how much of Bay County will end up getting into that, at least coastal sections of Bay County. Look more likely as you move up into northern parts of Bay County. And it's important, like because like the winter weather advisory that they have issued, I can pull that up for you. The winter weather advisory does include interior sections of Bay County and up into Washington County. But notice like a lot of our area is not included in this. And I have real doubts on Blountstown as to whether it will make it there. But even coastal sections of Bay County, coastal sections of Walton County, Okaloosa County, there's not even a winter weather advisory in effect. That doesn't mean that you won't see snow, but generally speaking, the winter weather advisory is for up to 1 inch, and then the pink area, winter storm warning, is 1 to 2 inches of snow possible. Up across, again, the I-10 corridor would be most likely, and that's where you're seeing, you're more likely to see more time in that favorable area of below average or below colder temperatures in order to, in the column, in order to produce snow. So that's the way things are at least looking right now.
Yeah, we had Beth asking about any effects on operations at VPS, and then I mentioned too from Colson starting to say at the airport there's starting to be more of a mix as well. I don't see any flight impacts from this. Obviously, it's not my call as to decisions, although it will take a little extra time to get off the ground this morning if you're flying out of the Panhandle, because you got to go through all the de-icing steps that are normally a foreign process for any air travelers out of this area. So it might take a little while longer to kind of leave the airport after you get on the plane, but I think things should still be pretty good, just given we're not really seeing a whole lot of accumulation down towards the coastal spots here.
No.
But there's a lot of mix of reports coming in. Snow into Funiac. I saw some spots in Alabama. Mention of Pensacola actually seeing a little bit sticking towards the ground. And I want to pull the radar back up here, Chris, because there is maybe a little bit of hope. Obviously not a world-beating snow event, but a little hope for everybody is as you get into the back edge here, and maybe it is easiest to see when you look at the types of water droplets that we have here. Look at the back edge, Chris, behind where that mixing is, as that last little burst of moisture works towards the east. Maybe we keep that window around from looking towards, say, Pensacola and then towards Fort Walton Beach. There's a little bit more kind of uniformity to the types of droplets falling. Maybe that nudges everything east, and you could at least see in Destin and South Walton and the Panama City Beach area like a short burst of 10 to 15 minutes of snow, just to say you saw it, and then this will come to an end very quickly afterwards. I'm not entirely sure that's what's going to happen, but at least it's possible.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable, that it's going to come down fast and furious for like literally minutes, and then it's done. But there's that little window back here that it will get cold enough. Now, the question is that window isn't going to just push across the whole panhandle, because it's going to start warming, because the daylight's going to be coming out, and things will start warming up, and so that precarious column of air that Dan was talking about begins to kind of go back in the other direction, and you start to get more of that column above freezing, and then you're done. As far as any kind of snow potential. Okay, Tyler. There we go. Here Tyler sent me, I can pull it up here on the touch board. So there's, there we go. There's your, from Tyler up in this is Westville. And there you go. So there's enough that you could write 2026 on, looks like a bench of some sort, maybe a picnic table, some boards there, maybe a deck. That's probably the kind of accumulations we're talking about. Not necessarily significant, but I mean, if you're in Panama City, you're probably would be super excited to see something like that. I'm not convinced it's going to end up happening, but point being, it's definitely not last year, but anytime you can get enough snow to write 2026, I guess that's pretty good.
We have Tyler out here. Tyler Spalding was with us for our severe weather a couple of days ago. He's out driving on wet roads. He was over in Paxton, now moving over towards Mariana, and I think backtracking a little bit back towards the west, trying to see something here once we get a little more daylight there. So we'll have that to keep an eye out for. And then we also have a few pictures coming in here. So here's one, Chris. There's the swing set.
Oh, nice.
It's all covered up. This is in Gaskin, Florida, sent in by Marcia. Just before 6 o'clock Central Time this morning, and you'll see it's, you have those colder surfaces. It's like when they say bridge freezes before road surfaces. It's the same sort of thing with a swing set.
Yes.
You have the air kind of swirling around all the different surfaces of the swing set, and it certainly accepted more snowfall to stick compared to the ground, which you have a little dusting out there, but a little more work to do before it starts to look like a winter wonderland. Still amazing to see.
And this is Grady up in Crestview, and you can see there's that picture there. You can definitely tell those are snowflakes coming down in Crestview, and you got the back of the Toyota there getting covered with a little bit of snow, and you see the flakes flying and the cars covering. So like cars and swing sets and railings and stuff, those would be the areas that you would see accumulation, and a lot less accumulating on road surfaces. But that is from Grady up there in Crestview. Thank you very much for sending in that. Again, that was Tyler up into Tyler Searcy up in Westville. Seeing a little bit of snow up there, but again, not, it's definitely not a lot, but enough that if you could write your name then, or the year, then there you go.
Here's a look, Chris, over into Definiak Springs. This will be up. It'll be really good to get some daylight here soon, so it'll make some of the question marks a little easier to answer, but you have some precipitation's visible at least, and I think this will be one we check back in with in about 20 minutes to see what's going out there. I know we've had several folks say that there has been stuff coming down in Definiak, and for everybody else, it looks like the general consensus is bone-chilling cold with rain. It's Florida cold out there today for sure, which is, people always make fun of us when we're talking about it's going to be in the 20s, but like I promise you, I've lived up north and in the south. It feels different down here.
Yeah. This is the Destin camera there on the harbor. Oh, there's definitely snowflakes in there. You see drops coming straight down. That's rain, but then if you look what's coming, like sliding across the screen, like at an angle, that's snow.
Yeah, just saw a couple of flakes if you look on like the top right corner of the screen. I mean, definitely not a rate of snow there that's going to be anything close to an accumulation, but you could say you saw it.
Yes, I think that is probably your big goal if you're at the coast and points eastward is like, I saw snow. But as far as anything accumulating, that's not going to be it. So Winter Storm 2026 Destin, we will recover. A couple sand shovels and we'll call it a day.
It looks about like somebody there at Harbor Walk Village paid for one of those snow machines. They use it like Disney around Christmas time. You walk through the shopping area and they're making snow. It's about a similar experience outside, although much.
Yeah, if I can pull up the Baytown Wharf camera. My wife took the kids over there yesterday. They had their winter wonderland, and this will probably be our best shot at the coast of seeing accumulating snow in South Walton.
And while you do that, Chris, I have a question for you about the Definiak Springs camera. I can't fully remember. Does this change through the overnight hours into a black and white mode? Or is the ground white under the lights if you really walk up to the computer screen and lean in?
Fine. I'm trying to remember if it goes to night mode.
It kind of looks like a black and white image to me, but
yeah.
We'll see.
We'll know very shortly. Sunrise is at 6:39, I think, this morning. There's your snow left over at Baytown Wharf from yesterday. The man-made snow from the Winter Wonderland there.
It's fantastic. Nancy's saying she hopes it snows, as does Kelsey. It's a snow day again in Pensacola, we hear. So Pensacola is the place to be, or the Northwest Panhandle, which is, it's funny when you get into tracking this sort of thing and the models are all over the place. And the last 3 days trend, it was just going further and further and further east to the point where it was not even going to snow for us at all. It was all looking like it was east of Tallahassee. And I'm happy, Chris, we didn't fully buy into that because it ultimately looks like it's ending up in the original solution from Tuesday.
Yeah.
We have sleet in Campbellton, Florida now. South of Mariana, sleet is falling too. So there's a very wide window right now where they're just like you're getting warm nosed, I guess is what you'd probably hear up north. There's just a small part of the atmosphere that warmed up a little too much. And it's cold enough for you to have snow. It's cold enough to make snowflakes. But as the snowflakes fall, they're just melting for a little period of time and turning into something that's a lot less fun to look at than the snow.
Yeah.
That might be something we can overcome, but obviously it's a challenge here this morning.
Let's look at, we'll look at, these are all going to be a little difficult to tell.
Good luck finding one you can see on this time of day.
Yeah. This is I-10 into Funiac Springs. I think this is at 331, so the 331. But yeah, you can't really see a whole lot there. Go to Crestview. Oh, there you go, Dan.
Way different
Yeah.
experience.
There you go. Got ourselves a dusting in the median and on the sides of the roads. The roads themselves look fine.
That bridge looks a little sketchy, though.
It does. Although, it's
Is that a reflection or is that a bad day?
it's probably just a reflection. But that being said,
We'll see when these cars go.
yeah.
Looks all good.
Yeah, looks so. But it is 32 at the airport in Crestview. 34 at the station at EGI. They're just south from Eglin of Crestview. So it's definitely getting fringe. And you, if you look just west of there, that's like the back edge. So you got a little bit more time to accumulate here. But, that's the thing too, Dan, is that the sun will be up in 39 minutes. And I think once the sun comes up, that will, kind of ease any concerns that any of these bridges could be a little bit slick.
Now, it won't have a huge effect at first, just with how cloudy it is
Yes.
outside. But it definitely will level off wherever you're at when the sun rises. I don't know that you'll have an opportunity to get much colder than that. Checking back in with Tyler, I now have Tyler's spotter location in the radar app I was checking it on.
Okay.
He is heading back west on I-10, hence the darkness, but he'll be able to get us some pictures and maybe find the border of where the snow begins and then kind of chase that back east throughout the morning hours. So that'll be a helpful tool for us, especially when the camera itself becomes more visible here. Jessica says the sun needs to stay down. I agree. It still is down. Pitch black outside. It's pretty early in the morning here, but even on Eastern time, it's like pitch black, Chris.
Yeah.
Depressing.
Did you see the mesoscale discussion they issued for the snow potential, like in Holmes and Jackson counties, essentially, like up into Georgia? Is that everything's still they're expecting like 1/2 inch to 1 inch rates per hour to develop here as the cold air moves in and we see the changeover to snow. So which will probably put us because of the window of being able to see that is going to be pretty small. I think, sorry about that.
No, I'm looking on the size of a postage stamp on this screen trying to change that. So let's check out where temperatures are at then. You'll see that pink changeover point, Chris, is it's not trying to move anywhere really as the back edge of this moisture starts to reach through Crestview. So the fun's starting to come to an end now across northern Okaloosa County. It will do so in the next 30 minutes. And then we'll see from there if this moisture starts to outrun the cold air or if the front is along the back edge of that moisture and we're able to bring the cold air with it. That will be the big decision point as to how far we can get this snow in the Panhandle, obviously. Further, things are getting started across southwest Georgia and then stretching into most of South Georgia here over the next several hours.
Yep, it's already done in Pensacola. It's done in Milton. Sylvia's still waiting on the snow in Cottondale. Yeah. Yeah, it's still 41 in Marianna. Technically, I think it's 38 at MAI, but you know, you're right around that 40-degree mark.
And you can see, like, this is a 2-hour trend in temperatures, or sorry, that's a 1-hour trend in temperatures. So significant cooling did happen in Okaloosa County. If you look at the last hour loop, Chris, it went from 37 to 32 in 60 minutes. So I could see that happening. Like Panama City Beach right now is 39 degrees. If you could cool 5 degrees in the next hour before the back edge of the moisture gets through, there's an opportunity there. You could say the same thing along 231. Only problem spot here, given the point that we're at in the morning and when temperatures are supposed to rise back up, is as you get to Mexico Beach, Weewa, kind of along 22 there and anywhere to the south. And then, of course, like into Liberty County, Tallahassee, Wakulla County, I don't think there's enough time for that process of evaporative cooling to get you where you need to be before the moisture comes to an end. Yeah. So there's probably going to be a line of disappointment, like right in this sort of, right in this sort of neighborhood, Chris.
Yeah. The line of disappointment.
It's a good term. And then, of course, anywhere like in between these two spaces here that I've drawn in, you know, disappointment is what you make it. Like, if you just want to see snow, that's probably going to be a good day. But if you were hoping for a similar sight that we've shown from places across I-10, then the line that was further to the west might be the line of disappointment too.
Yeah. But we are seeing that changeover line now progress a little bit more to the east. So you're probably like Cottondale, Marianna now beginning to see a little bit more of a wintry mix develop.
Yeah, so you have sleet here through Southport up towards Fountain into southwest Washington County. A whole lot of sleet, it looks like, Chris, as you get in through Holmes and now moving into Marianna right now. It's probably in that changeover point. And then all of your snowfall is just this thin little strip, which is obviously shrinking in size. The back is catching up to the front of it. So as this all works its way towards the east, the duration of time that you'll see that changeover fully happen will shrink too. And all you need to hope is that there's still moisture by the time the changeover happens in your location, which looks harder and harder to do for Florida specifically, the further east you are. Tallahassee may not really see anything at all.
Yeah. And I'm, Bluntstown, I'm not 100% convinced. Maybe you can get into it briefly at the very end. But let's see, it's right now, drizzle, rain in Marianna at the interstate. Lori, thank you very much. The line of disappointment. Beginning the end of our week in winter in Florida. Yeah. Jessica's hoping for Bluntstown. I'm hoping for you too. Nancy's not giving up hope. Mariana still have a chance. Yes, I think Mariana definitely has a very good chance.
Yeah, Marianne is right in that window. We saw what's possible with temperatures over the course of an hour. Mariana now at the airport reporting 38, so you've got like 90 to 120 minutes of precipitation left. And we've already shown that you can cool 5 degrees in an hour. So maybe like 45 minutes to an hour from now, you'll get to begin that fun process. David asking about Panama City Beach, Chris. That's going to be, if you see it, a very short window of time.
Yeah.
And it'll be probably closer to, I can't tell if I'm looking at my computer clock or yours, Chris. So it's 7:20 or so.
Yeah, 6:20.
Probably around that 7:30 time frame Central Time that you might be able to experience it.
Yep. Yep. Bonifay. Bonifay, you should be changing over here pretty shortly. You're really close. Line is just west of you. Greenwood, Malone. I don't see any change in thinking that, I still think you guys are going to get some snow. Good morning, Miss Janice. I hope you're doing well. Panama City is out. I don't want to say you're out, but like from anything on the ground, I feel pretty certain that like that's not going to happen. But will you see some flakes in the sky? I think, I haven't given up hope for that in Panama City. Similar story there, Miss Carol in Lynn Haven. We're seeing snow up across the I-10 corridor, basically probably from, Defuniak Springs for sure. Obviously in Mossy
You're seeing
Head.
it on the ground now.
Yeah. But Caryville should be changing over now. But that back edge of the precip is now entering Okaloosa County. Destin should probably be changing over here in a minute too, to all snow. It's still a mix though, looking at the camera over on the harbor there. But there are definitely some flakes in there.
Yeah, but if you squint, you can make that white sand snow.
Yes, I know. I keep looking over there at the point. And I'm like, is that? No, it's definitely not, but.
Good morning to Arthur. Best to go west. For right now, it's if you really want to see it, like get on I-10 and go west, and then you could almost like drive and follow it towards the east. I don't think the roads will be a problem, so that's a kind of safe way to keep chasing the snow this morning. Getting really cold in Cottondale. Yeah, it's raw outside. Even Panama City Beach, we say like, oh, it's not cold enough. If you were outside, no winter coat, like wearing a winter attire for Florida, it's disgustingly cold. It's cold enough where like you might as well get snow. That's what everybody's been saying for the last week. Questions about Mariana, the estimated time of arrival for the changeover to happen. I don't know, Chris. I think it's 45 minutes from now.
Yeah, I think
you're stuck in
7
that
o'clock.
sleet range.
We'll just take a gander with the 3K.
Yeah, it's bullish.
But it keeps like a 2-hour window. Maybe not even. And then you see it ends as rain as the atmosphere warms up. But, as far as like South Walton could see some flakes, but coastal locations, Walton County might be the end of seeing any decent number of flakes. And then you see as you get into Bay County, it's like you need to go more towards like Ebro West, up 79. Because the chances in Bay County up 77 will probably be a little more limited.
Yeah, definitely looks like Panama City with like the bay influence and the Gulf right there. Like we're finally seeing some of these high resolution models pick up on maybe a small region where the temperatures are just never quite cold enough to keep that snow frozen by the time it gets to the ground. It's going to be a razor fine margin between like, you drive 4 miles north and like they're sending in pictures of snow and you're like, I only got rain. It seems to be how this is kind of falling apart for some of those coastal spots. The questions are flying at rain in Ebro, but dressed for snow. That's good thinking. I think Ebro might be in a better spot, but it will be quick. Changeover around PCB.
Oh, look at this.
Probably about 60 to 75 minutes from now.
Here you go, Dan.
It's a great shot.
Yeah. This is west of Crestview. Which is pretty awesome. Like, we've got snow in Florida, and it's on the ground. Roads look fine, obviously, but it's definitely a dusting.
The snow is flirting with PCB, and I'm ready for it to commit.
I think that was my wife before we got engaged.
I was about to say, wasn't my reference to make. Glendale's getting some. That's good news. Blintstown's supposed to drop to around 37. I think Blintstown could get a little colder than that. I'm just worried about the temperatures above your head, Jessica. I'm seeing how much sleet we've managed to pull together is telling me that like we have a little more work to do than just overcoming the surface temperatures. It seems to be from like 2,000 to 5,000 feet. We're seeing the temperatures like right on that threshold of 32 degrees or 33, and obviously 33 is sleet.
Yeah.
32, 31 is starting to turn into snow. And like we've been battling that for 30% of the Panhandle right now. You're seeing that on the correlation coefficient, or that red graphic we've been pulling up. There's so many spots where you have like an uneven sort of presentation of colors, and it's all just sleet mixed with rainfall. And if the temperatures were just 2 degrees colder, it would be a winter wonderland.
This is at 3:31 in Defuniak, and it's obviously snowing, but you can see the difference between Defuniak, where it's really not much on the ground at all, and the cameras that we showed you like over more towards like Crestview and Milton, where there's at least like a dusting on the road or dusting on the grass. So if you go, that was Defuniak, and we'll go over here to Mossy Head, and look at the difference. And it's not gonna, let's see, there we go. So that's the difference. So, Mossy Head, we have a dusting on I-10, and just a little bit east in Defuniak Springs, we don't really have anything accumulating on the ground, at least quite yet. But you still have precipitation to get through. So the back edge of the precip is right now in Okaloosa County.
Here you go, Chris. I'm just a couple miles to the west of Esto on State Road 2. We got this picture sent in. The PT Cruiser's got a little snow there on the colder surfaces. The grass you see is like, it almost looks like frost because of the low accumulations with the grass poking through, but it's a nice dusting there.
I haven't heard about
right up on that.
PT Cruiser in a minute. I'd forgotten about
I wanted to
those.
throw the reference.
Yes.
Those are fun cars.
Yes.
And heavy sleet in Campbellton now. This report we just got in from Sandra, Chris, and it does look like the rates of precipitation are still pretty high. So, like, while the sleet is, again, that disappointment, it is able to come down in buckets in spots right now.
Let's see. The Weather Channel says maybe some snow around 9 for Panama City. Won't it be too warm by then? There's a decent chance, and that's just like a model forecast, so it's not like actually necessarily going to happen. Sleeting in Southport. It's a mix in Freeport. Fantastic. So that was Mossy Head. And we'll bring it. So this is, let's see, just west of Defuniak, 76. Mile marker 76.7 and 84. So what? That's 8 miles is the difference between seeing snow on the ground and no snow on the ground in Defuniak Springs. And back here that's the back edge of the precip, and pretty much everything in this area is snow. And everything in this area is mainly sleet. But as it moves east, it's going to change over here very shortly, and we'll start to see the snow coming down a little bit more prevalent in Jackson County.
Well, we've got confirmation now of a little more changeover in Bonifay. This is we'll go from the PT Cruiser to the Ford. Is that Ford Escape? It's a small screen here. We've got just a little bit there on the top of the car, and then some frost on the windshield too. So things, it's trying. It's trying to happen for us here this morning. Will Kinesville make the switch over? It's going to be close. Shelly says it's snowing on YouTube in Ebro, setting up the ambiance.
Nice.
Those 24-hour YouTube streams are fantastic to set the mood in the morning. We'll head back to Defuniak Springs here now, and our suspicions were accurate, Chris. Look at that. We've got some collecting on the ground there, like looking pretty nice with the Winter Wonderland returning for the second year running. This time around, it's not like 7 inches of snow, though. Yeah. It's just enough to make folks wish they left the Christmas lights up. Nor'easter Nick is stopping by from New Jersey, Chris. Should there be a state of emergency, he asks.
Is he making fun of us?
No, but we did cancel school today.
State of emergency.
You know, I think Nor'easter Nick said that my parents would get like 2 inches of snow, and I think they got 1. So he's not all that good either.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is a pretty wide-ranging storm system as far as the impacts, all up and down the East Coast. From Florida all the way up to Maine is going to end up seeing at least varying amounts of winter weather That's an awesome picture from Defuniak Springs. And again, you can see that dusting.
Shots fired at 7:30. I haven't had any coffee, just a water bottle. So we've had all sorts of one-liners coming out this morning because of that.
Jimmy Coker's.
Between the line of disappointment.
Jimmy Coker says it hasn't started snowing in eastern Jackson County. No, you still got a teeny bit. Sylvia, you're very welcome. But you can definitely see Destin. There's some snow coming down right now, and your window, that snow goes back to about Navarre. So you got basically from Destin to Navarre with snow. So like, you know, when you look in that window of, close this out.
Very windy in Destin right now, too. Like, that is an uncomfortable cold.
So, you know, if you go, this is your line of snow there, but look how much longer it is up across the I-10 corridor where the changeover is. So now Holmes County, you know, Walton County and half of Okaloosa County are now seeing snow. You notice the difference as far as the length of the line. So that's why, again, this area up here is going to be more likely to see accumulating snow on grassy surfaces than, say, down along the coastline, where that period of snow is going to be obviously a lot shorter.
It's amazing, Chris, because I'm looking at the sounding data, like the most recent sounding data for different points across the Panhandle, and like the data isn't necessarily lining up with the observations. The temperature line I'm seeing here only briefly touches 32 degrees, and then all the way down to about 300 feet above the ground, we're below freezing for Panama City. So,
well, I mean, you know, we are
even warmer than some of the interpolated data points that we have here, because obviously we're not sending up a ton of balloons on the Gulf Coast. I think the nearest one's New Orleans, so a lot of this is just extrapolated between those points.
Yeah, that's what I was about ready to say, is like we're kind of like really just into nowcasting mode as far as, you know, being able to, you know, look at the radar more than the sounding, because, you know, that balloon is, well, balloon is going up right now, but yeah, you're just kind of interpolating between those points, and, you know, it's going into a model, and the model's kind of giving you an idea. It's not necessarily exactly what's happening overhead. Let's see. Snowing in Troy, and it's sticking to the ground. That's fantastic. I should be at my house, Dan, switching over to a mixture of sleet again. I had some sleet this morning, and then that line moved back to the west, but it looks like I'm, you know, about ready to switch back over to sleet. And then hopefully the kids will be able to see snow for a few minutes before it comes to an end.
Well, it's sticking in Troy, Alabama now, and we also have it snowing in Bonifay at the moment too, and we're still seeing, it looks like, the backside of that as it progresses towards the east. A little more of a positive sign as far as progressive motion of that wintry mix. Chris definitely looks like he's switching over into the sleet there, and then maybe the west end of Panama City Beach now here soon. Next 5-10 minutes, you'll start to see sleet coming down, and that'll last for a decent length of time before a brief changeover, like extremely brief.
Yeah, there's East Milton Park, and you can see there's snow on the roof of the building there. Snow, let's see, let's update this one here. There's the snow in Mossy Head. Crestview's a little tougher to tell, but I wanted to pull up Florida 511, and we could probably start going a little bit east and maybe see a little bit more maybe snow starting to develop. Go to Bonifay. Not sure why these aren't showing, but 6:37, so just a few moments ago. But you're not necessarily. It should be Tripoli, Bonifay. Bonifay, you should be changing over now from sleet to snow.
Still really good snow coming down into Defuniak Springs right now. Actually, a little more intense than I've seen so far, as the cloud bases there are pretty low too, and moving at a decent rate of speed. If you just kind of focus in on the lightning part of the clouds where it's a little brighter, you can see that motion from west to east, and just how quickly the back part of this is moving. And there's a little pickup in the winds associated with that too. So as you step outside to enjoy some snow, if you get it, it's going to be really cold out there, with the wind chill is probably another 5 to 7 degrees colder than what your actual temperature is.
This is Glendale Park over in northern Walton County right now, and you can see it's snowing pretty good right now up in Glendale Park, and you see the ground at the very bottom of the screen there. A little bit of snow on the ground. So it's out there, my friends. We're not lying. Camera don't lie, but again, how much we see at the coast, Panama City, it's, I think at this point we're probably talking about, the hope is to see some flakes, not that you're going to see anything that looks like this on the ground. Portia, Defuniak Springs getting good snow? Yes. Mariana's too far away from seeing some snow, Ricky.
Yeah, this is 5 miles west of Mariana, just by a visual guess, with Tyler Spalding here driving for our storm chasing efforts today. Although in this case it's snow chasing. He's about to cross over the exit that takes you north to Cottondale, so a little further west than that, passing across 231 right here. Looks like a little rain for the most part, maybe some sleet out there, but he'll be the first indication of any changeover happening in that area. As sounds like temperature is now down to 37 in Mariana, so we've cooled a little bit from the observations here. We'll get a new airport reading from that weather sensor in about 11 minutes time, and that'll tell us how much progress we've made and help us determine kind of when that should fully happen for Jackson County.
Yeah, it looks like it should be changing over. We had the report from Esto of snow. Graceville should be about ready to switch over to all snow. Bonifay should be about ready to switch over to all snow, and Caryville as well. And then at that point, it's just a matter of, you got 45 miles of snow. How much snow can you pile up in those 45 miles before it comes to an end?
Yeah, if you focus in on here's your, on the last frame, your winter mix of sleet and rain, and that's starting to move more quickly towards the east. That's how we were seeing mostly flurries over towards Destin. Now pretty much all of Holmes County and parts of Washington County are seeing some real snow coming down for the first time here in a sustained way. It's even, you see a little extra dip down through Washington County where the changeover's already happened, and maybe a switch back to sleet is coming here as this all continues towards the east. Bay County's not looking as good right now. Like, I think it will be, Chris, pretty close to what we saw in Destin, where it's like a flurry versus anything super meaningful coming down.
Yes, I definitely agree. But even so, the novelty of seeing any snow is pretty cool. Where we've seen the dusting of snow has all been mainly on the I-10 corridor from, Milton through Crestview and now into Defuniak Springs. And we'll just kind of see it continue there. And I think it'll be in that I-10, north of Highway 20 to I-10 that could see the possibility of maybe a dusting. But then as you get over into Calhoun, Liberty, Gulf, Franklin, Eastern Bay counties, I think things start to get a little dicey as far as how much you're going to be able to see. Let's see. Don't forget to, if you're not watching us on the app, you're watching us on YouTube, download the Panhandle Weather app. Make sure to share it with your friends. And the live stream this morning, if you're watching on social media, make sure to share that to your page so your friends see what we're up to here and follow along. The more the merrier when it comes to snow coverage. And, we want to spread the word as to what we're doing and sharing on the fun of the wintry weather here in Northwest Florida. So that's on the Panhandle Weather app. Now, where's that picture?
We've got new pictures coming in. This is from Marcia in Westville, Florida.
Nice.
There you see the what was likely a shaded grassy area yesterday is showing a little more presentation of snow on the ground there. And then a really good picture. This came in from Linda in Enterprise, Alabama. That's like proper snow. You've lost most of the blades of grass, and that looks a lot more like an accumulation of maybe an inch or so of snowfall there.
But, so that's a sidewalk right there, Dan, and there's nothing on it. And I have a feeling Marcia's not didn't shovel that. So that goes to show the difference between the grassy areas and why we're not as concerned about the roads because of the warmth from yesterday. So because obviously the sidewalk would be more you would see the snow on the sidewalk before you would see it on the roads, and we're not even seeing it on the sidewalk in a place that saw some of the heaviest snow so far.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure there probably wasn't much salt put down either. I don't even know where you'd buy that down here.
We just use sand. We got plenty of
Kirsty's
that.
asking if Mariana should get the most. It just hasn't started yet. We'll see. I think we're seeing with this kind of nowcast breakdown versus, say, what some of the models were showing in the day leading up to this, that Mariana's battling what we'd call a warm nose. There's just a small layer of air that's too warm for the snow to continue falling as frozen ice crystals. It's melting and then refreezing before it reaches you. So there's a lot of sleet that's eating into some of those kind of previously modeled accumulations. Mm-hmm. So there will be snow, but I'm not sure if you look at that picture from Enterprise, you'll get anything that sort of presents the same way. It's more of 30 minutes of snowfall.
But I'm
trying to figure out where to drive with the kids. Well, Defuniak Springs looks great right now, and you probably have a couple hours before it melts.
But if you want to see it falling, I would go up towards Graceville, Cottondale, Westville, as close to Alabama as you can get, I would say. Over Holmes and Jackson counties would be your best bet. But Defuniak Springs, it's going to be ending here very shortly, but you can see they definitely have some snow on the ground, at least a dusting, which is cool.
It's now snowing in Chipley. So there was that little dip we saw on the correlation coefficient. If we pause that to now and then we'll pull that up on screen.
Okay, my friend Corey said heavy sleet in Dunallen Beach along 30A. So over on the west end of 30A, which makes sense looking at the radar.
Yeah, we got another message. I think it's disappeared down towards the bottom now, Chris, that said Chat Holly was getting a good helping of snow there. So there you see that little extra window of snow dipping south of I-10 right now through Washington County at the moment.
Yeah, that's okay. That was from that picture you shared from Enterprise. Is from Miss Linda. Miss Linda was Charlie's nanny when he was born.
Melanie says it is snowing in Marietta now.
Nice. And
Jump on board with Tyler here.
Yeah,
It looks like we're mostly seeing.
See, he's at a rest stop. Looks like.
Yeah, so this is the rest area on I-10. Like, it's just north of Kinesville. You're seeing mostly raindrops there coming down at the moment.
Okay. Dylan says, when should it start snowing in Cottondale? And then Candy says, seeing a few flakes mixed in Cottondale. And yeah, that's what you're seeing now, but it should change over here over the next probably 30 minutes or so to primarily snow. Big flakes mixed in Freeport. Yes.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, based on that, we'll call it the snowflake growth zone, I think, Chris, for ease. Just based on like what the temperatures and the saturation looks at in that part of the atmosphere. When you finally get snowflakes, a lot of them should be pretty big. There you see the formation of snowflakes. It's basically like super cooled water that eventually forms into these crystals. It happens between like -12 and -18, although every meteorologist that deals with snow every winter will tell you, like, oh, it's -19 to -13. It's that part of the atmosphere in Celsius as far as temperatures, and that's the area where snowflakes get their shape. You get all sorts of different shapes based on the saturation in that layer of the atmosphere. Sometimes you get big wet snow. Sometimes you get sort of fluffy, they call it dry snow, which is higher accumulation totals because of the extra little air pockets in there. And you can get, for every inch of rain, 10 inches of snow. And sometimes you get those big wet flakes. It's more like 5 inches of snow for every inch of rain. So it all happens in that little region of the atmosphere where the temps are, of course, well below freezing. And then the key point is that the temps have to stay below freezing, so as these snowflakes grow, they don't melt and go from these pretty ice crystal shapes that you see. They're called dendrites, which is why it's called the dendritic growth zone, although we'll call it the snowflake zone for this morning. You can lose very quickly with just a few thousand feet of melting that fun snowflake shape and see it become a frozen raindrop that falls much more quickly and has been the source of disappointment for most of Jackson County so far tonight. I know Walton County now seeing the sleet, a lot of Washington County too. This is what happens a lot of times, Chris, in these southern winter weather events, is that it's hard enough to get precipitation and freezing temperatures. It's even harder to get freezing temperatures through the entire atmosphere so that you don't lose those ice crystals.
Do you have I mean, even a current one isn't necessarily the skew T, because this kind of goes back to like what Dan was talking about, like over the past few days. I talked about it yesterday, but Dan first brought it up 2 days ago about where in the skew T, that when we're talking about the dendrites and the snow formation zone, it's that area around, like, I think it was like 17 to 19,000 feet, I think is what it said on there. But it's those little gold lines there on the skew T right there. Yep. And that's what's dictating what this snow looks like.
Yeah, and then you look at like the mixing ratio of the water and all of these other factors down on the bottom of the screen, and you can use that to know in advance of the snow falling, like, what is this snow going to look like? And that's how you go from the raw data output, which is just liquid precipitation, and you take that number and you can apply a multiplier to say that this much water is equivalent to this much snow. It's all because of, like, bizarrely, just a little layer of air from 15 to 18,000 feet in this case.
And, for us here in the South, it's always a fringe event. So this is the typical snowflake that we would see. But as you get to other places in the country, you could get different shapes of snowflakes, like plates and things like that. But it takes a lot colder air generally to get that type of snowflake. And so for us, these are, I say cliche, but what we think about when we think about a snowflake.
And then what we're seeing happen today is obviously, Chris, I'll just fake it here. Like, your temperature line should be straight, looks like that, and you have these little dips of air warmer than your 32-degree line. And so all of that's, snow is now melting briefly and becoming like that miserable ice pellet that's coming down for a lot of us. Sleet really is the worst. Like, growing up, it doesn't really provide anything fun. It's just rain in a much more frozen form, and it can even hurt if you get enough of it. Although I probably should have been wearing gloves when I was outside.
Let's see here. So let's go over, let's look at Destin again real quick, because it should be snowing pretty good there. And when I say pretty good, I mean, it's all relative, but like, it should be mainly
a nice flurry.
It should be mainly all snow right now. You can see, there you go, just flying, going right to left on that north wind. It's snowing at the beach in Florida. How about that? Well, my wife is up. She texted asking, any snow yet?
That's the $1 million question.
I like the fact that I'm in a garage with no windows and a radar with cameras, and she could look outside. But, we're getting close here, for my neck of the woods here, that, the sleet, and then as Corey was telling us, it was sleeting. This is pretty good sleet right here. And then there's the changeover, Santa Rosa Beach, Miramar Beach, over to Niceville. As a matter of fact, we could probably pull the camera up on the weather stem camera. Let me go ahead and pull that up. Maybe in Crestview, or I'm sorry, not Crestview, Niceville, the high school. Let's see if we can see any flakes on the camera there, but it's definitely changed over. See if we have anything. every now and then you can kind of see something, but I don't see, the resolution isn't like high enough to see it over, looking into a gray sky looking for a white flake. But if you look at the bottom part of the screen, you can already see, there's some daylight sneaking on through some of those clouds there. This would be looking, I think, towards the east.
The thing too, this is rainfall rate, so it's not totally useful, but like a lot of those spots where we have changeover, Chris, the rainfall rates or the snowfall rates were not very good.
Corey, he's in Dune now, and said it's definitely snowing there. You can come here. Her hair's a mess, and she's wearing Christmas pajamas. Nice. You think we're gonna see some snow? You think? Well, I don't think.
As the first one that's gonna get the snowball.
I don't think we're gonna see enough snow for a snowball fight. Yeah. Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Here, I got something for you from my friend.
Yeah, Calhoun.
Corey.
Jessica's asking if Calhoun and Liberty County can go to bed. I would probably go to bed. Sleep for a little bit.
Hold on. There you go, Dan. That's due now.
There's some snow. Nice.
That's from Corey Davis. Thank you very much for sending that in. Fantastic.
We have snow in northwest Holmes County. I love the excitement when you guys are finally starting to get the changeover, because it has been a long wait this morning, and it's been a long week, Chris. I am beat up. Just thinking about snow and like the back and forth too of like, well, this all says it's gonna snow, and then I'm like going back and forth in our studio, like, well, I don't believe it.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
And you could find, too, like, most people aren't nerds like us and constantly looking at things. Like, you could find weather data over the last 6 days that would support whatever you wanted to happen or whatever you wanted to say was going to happen, which just made it so much more frustrating.
Yeah, you definitely could wish cast this into seeing what you wanted. These are road conditions. And you see most of our roads, it's mainly just wet. And then you get up into Alabama and you see where things start to get maybe a little more slippery up into Alabama.
We have big flakes coming down in Santa Rosa Beach now, we hear.
Fantastic.
Looks like a new snow photo has just come in. It's an update from Marcia and Gaskin. So we'll drag that one on, Chris, here. Mm-hmm. This is a good... Well, not that one. So again, the sidewalks... and the roads, perfectly fine getting to church this morning. There shouldn't be any issues regardless of location, but up across I-10, northern Okaloosa, Walton County especially, it looks like you are going to have a prettier view on that morning drive today. Yeah, we're perfectly okay to drive from Blountstown to Panama City now. I'm not worried about road conditions. I'll pull up here for you just to give you some peace of mind. Your road temperatures right now. Outside of the spot where we really saw some of that snow, those road temperatures are down into the 30s. Elsewhere across the Panhandle, you got 30s to near 40 degrees as you get further down towards Panama City. So definitely normal roadways are totally okay. I guess some of the dirt roads, Chris, if we start to see snow on them as you get into like Northern Bay, Washington County, they have a better chance of picking up like a little bit of a coating. But then the other thing is I don't even think we're really cold enough here to see bridges become a problem in like the I-10 area.
Yeah, it's because,
Still a couple of degrees away for that.
yeah, and it's going to start to warm up pretty quickly too, and we're changing over directly from rain to like sleet to snow very quickly. Whereas like last year, it was
freezing
it
rain.
was a little bit of sleet at the onset, and then directly. So we never even had like rain. To coat everything, on the ground, which is going to help with like the melting and stuff like that. This year, I haven't checked my rain gauge this morning, but we've gotten a decent amount of rain overnight.
Yeah, you could see a good amount of rain here. This is I-10. We're heading back westbound, it looks like, towards Bonifay here. And Tyler basically said he wasn't finding anything south of Cottondale at the rest stop. A little sleet mixed in, like a couple of snowflakes, but nothing photogenic coming down there. So he's going to try to get... He's in a win now mood now, trying to find something that he can see. But Rachel says it's snowing in Chipley. Christy says it's snowing in Bonifay.
I'm seeing rain and sleet at my house right now.
Looks like we are all rain in Wausau. But we have big flakes in Dothan, says Shay. Freeport's finally getting some on 331. A little in Point Washington. And it's a mix right now of like some flurries and some other spots where you get into that heavier precipitation rate. Some real big snowflakes are coming down, which is actually like counterintuitive, worse for seeing accumulations, but a prettier sight as we get that last little burst.
Let's see. So he is just that. Trying to see where it, that is that.
This is Kinesville Road.
Okay.
So this will take him right up to the west side of Mariana, and he needs to go up to the Alabama line. There's so much.
Yes.
I have seen some great pictures out of South Alabama, south of Dothan, east of Dothan too, and then up towards Enterprise. That is the spot to be to win from this event. As you'll see here, the back edge of the moisture is really picking up steam and moving across 331 now in some parts of Walton County. There's a little mix on the backside of that, so there's your 5 to 10 minutes worth of snowflakes between a flurry or some big flakes, and then very quickly after that, if we put that into motion here, Chris, it's going to move increasingly quickly. It looks like this is a very progressive system.
Hey, Dan, look at real quickly at the Destin camera. It clears out really, really fast.
Yeah,
You can see
this is some dry air coming with the cold, and that's also causing some problems.
Yeah, so with that sun coming out so quick, that's why roads aren't a concern. It's gonna even though it's gonna be really cold today, those roads are gonna be fine.
And you talk about the thin margins, the thin line there was between the moisture outrunning the cold air is starting to become more present. And I mean, we'll keep crossing our fingers for Bay County, but it's going to be really close. If I pause this here, you'll see, obviously your back edge of any precipitation is right here. And we just saw through Walton County where we got all those reports of flakes. There's snow. And then you have some more of it kind of mixed in here, but it is still a mix up across the Alabama line, stretching back down through Defuniak Springs and then through Holmes County. Bonifay, Chipley, seeing a little bit of it right now. But all of that is kind of moving in this direction. And it looks like, Chris, we have a big ball of sleet here.
Yeah.
Which is going to be the primary, if not the only thing we really experience in Bay County. Probably more of the same, or maybe just rain by the time you get to Tyndall Air Force Base and Mexico Beach and into Gulf County. So time is running out.
It should be ending up in Mossy Head here in the next few moments. We'll pull up that camera real quick. There's Cottondale, Niceville. This is Glendale Park. This is Mossy Head. So that's at the elementary school there. Is he in Chipley?
No, he's just northwest of Mariana.
Okay. I couldn't tell if it was Chipley or Mariana. So he just turned on to 90, I think. Kylie says it's snowing in Destin. Yes, it is. Enjoy it. It's going to be ending in just a minute. This is a live look at Mossy Head, where it was snowing earlier, and it looks like it's coming to an end. You can see the sun beginning to appear across the horizon, but there's definitely a nice coating on the grassy areas. Notice the parking lot is completely fine, but a little bit of a dusting there on the grass over into Mossy Head.
Tyler's turning north now.
Okay.
He'll be heading up towards Campbellton.
Okay.
In Jackson County. I'm gonna pass just to the northeast of Cottondale there.
Crocodile flakes in Freeport. Nice.
And it's puking snow in Dalton, Alabama. We're gonna add that one to the future terms, Chris, with the line of disappointment. It's puking snow. Puking rain would be a great one, too, for a summer thunderstorm.
It's snowing at the Sandestin Resort. See.
Here's some more pictures coming in, Chris. These are from Pace, Florida, from Luis. You got decent accumulation there, especially on the cold surfaces. Just looks fantastic here this morning in those spots that saw the snow. And then here's from Santa Rosa Beach.
Oh, nice.
Just some nice little fluffy flakes there. Not a whole lot of it. It certainly wasn't going to be anything sticking, but, that might be enough to satisfy the thirst.
Like we said, I mean, when you compare to last year, it's, definitely going to disappoint. But if you take last year out of the equation, I think people will be over the moon excited.
So long as they get something.
Yeah. Brenda says no snow in Chipley. Well, you should be changing over any moment.
We have a couple of reports here from the National Weather Service, none in the Panhandle, but some impressive totals nonetheless, like a nearly 2-inch snow total in Ozark, Alabama, almost an inch near the Covington-Coffee County lines, near Opp, Alabama. So, after all of that excitement, Chris, where it's going to be Florida, and Alabama's not getting anything, it ended up Alabama saw real snow totals from this morning.
Yeah. Let's see, 1.8 inches in Dill, which is in Dale County, Alabama. .75 inches, 4 miles north of Ozark. 1 inch in Coffee, New Brockton. Cuthbert, up in Georgia, north of Albany. They've seen a nice little bit of snow. Will it still be snowing in Cottondale in an hour? Let's look at... What?
Is that a snow report?
Yeah, it is from the living room. Dan, if you want, I can. It's going to be cold in here. I'm going to open up the garage, and I guess we could.
Yeah, let me just turn the camera.
Yeah, turn the.
I could do that.
I mean, I can do it too if you want, but.
It's all right. I'm going to pull the radar up full screen. You can see here is I was just getting to the question about Cottondale, and you'll see you have maybe not quite an hour's worth, but a decent length of time. 45 minutes, we'll call it, as that changeover is still trying to happen. You see yourself in and out of some of the snowfall. The brighter colors, the greens, yellows, and blues, are likely sleet. A consistent dark kind of pinkish red is what you want to see for snowfall as you try to detect here. We're trying to detect different shapes and sizes of water droplets versus normally we use this to detect irregularities in the atmosphere like debris. So it's normally a severe weather product, but it's actually pretty helpful for finding snowfall as well. I'm going to see if I can get this camera turned around and point it out the garage before the snow ends in Chris's neighborhood.
Or I freeze to death. This is where doing the weather in short sleeves and not wearing shoes starts to work against you when you leave the garage door open and it's snowing.
I'm just amazed that I'm sitting here 700 miles away in Kentucky and I'm controlling your camera. Oh, the controls are much touchier when you're this far away.
There we go. Are you excited, Lila? Yep.
Yeah, give her my
So this is Inlet Beach, Florida, just almost getting to the western part of Panama City Beach. So like if you're,
Laguna Beach.
over towards Carillon, Laguna Beach. Just be patient, but it's getting close. It'll look probably very similar to this, more of a flurry than those big flakes, although maybe a quick burst of bigger flakes is possible. But it's definitely going to be very short if you're fortunate enough to get that snow down towards the coast. Kimberly says it's sleeting pretty hard in Sunny Hills right now. Anything for Alford, asks Sheila. Alford probably socked in with sleet for 60 minutes or more right now. That's one of those spots right on the fringe of the temperatures being cold enough for a full changeover. But we've got the snow in Cottondale here finally. Panama City Beach, yes, only rain right now. And then Kirsty asked, they want to head out and see the snowfall, but they're about an hour from anywhere that's seeing it. Like, I think if you get on one of the main north roads, like 231 or 77, and just kind of keep going north, you'll find, as you cross over I-10, a spot that there's at least some flurries left in the air, maybe some bigger flakes, and probably something on the ground to quench your thirst, too.
The other thing, like obviously seeing some snow at my house now, but it looks like it's going to change back over into sleet here in just a moment. When you look at the radar, it's just offshore. Moving back up onshore.
Yeah, that was the sleet I was talking about.
Yeah.
Big ball of sleet, I called it. So, like, as you get in towards, like, Grand Lagoon or the Hathaway Bridge, I don't know that it will ever fully change over to snow at this point, because there seems to be, like, on the back edge of the rainfall, a little warm nose dipping back in. And this is kind of what we saw last year, Chris, with the snow, as we got to, like, 10 o'clock in the evening hours. The snow very quickly became sleet in the beach, because temperatures with that, like, southwest flow at 700 millibars just warmed up a little bit.
And then as it changes back over to sleet, then I think it might switch back over to snow for like 5 minutes at the very end. Back into the snow is in Destin right now. And it's actually exiting Destin, really more Miramar Beach. It's pouring rain in Liberty County. Yeah, I'm not optimistic that you're going to see anything but a cold rain in Liberty County.
What about Washington County? Washington County is like the most interesting county in the Panhandle right now for snow, because the north and the western part is starting to see it finally. The southeastern part is still like just a ton of snow, or a ton of sleet, I should say. Oh, David's here, Chris. Do you want to talk to David?
Yeah. Where? Well, give us a minute. We're going to talk to Mr. David here for a minute. Mr. David's going to find some snow for us. Yeah.
Hey, David, can you hear us?
I hear you. Me? Oh, you don't hear me? You don't hear me?
I have to close the garage door.
Yeah, let me go ahead and close. Well, I was about ready to say, Dan, like I don't see any flakes now, so it's changed back over to sleet at my house, and it'll stay sleet until probably like the last 5 minutes, and then it'll see a few more flakes, and that's it.
Three, two, 3-2.
Yeah. The chat is hearing Dave. I'm just not hearing Dave.
I can hear Dave.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I'll work on that on my end, because that's a problem I could solve. I'll let you.
Yeah.
Dan never listens to me anyway, so.
Dave says Dan doesn't listen to you anyway. Okay. I'm going to close the garage here, so ignore the noise here for a minute. And, oh, it'll start to feel a little warmer in here. Thank God. So, Dave, where are you right now?
I have no idea. I am I'm headed north. I'm on 231. I just passed an IHOP and it hurt my feelings. So I'm, kind of in that vicinity
Oh,
there.
you're out by the mall.
I don't see them all, but I just passed like Ashley Marine up that way. I'm about to pass 20, I guess.
Oh,
pretty
that's the
soon here.
chiropractic. Is that the chiropractic place there on the left? That digital sign?
Yes,
my
it
house.
is.
Yeah.
Which that wouldn't bother me at all. There's a Winn-Dixie and a couple
Yep.
other places right here. So you know where I am, where we used to go to
Yes,
football
sir.
games this way. Yeah. So I got 37 degrees and it's liquid and it's a beautiful morning. I love a morning like this.
Yeah, your whole drive is going to be in rain and then some sleet. You're not going to get into any snow until probably I-10.
You just wait. I can attract that stuff, Chris. Remember, I come from Denver, Colorado, so I don't know how to bring it out. It's probably going to start snowing here any minute where I'm at because it just kind of happens that way. Ooh, I need to slow down. No, I hear you. It's it's. I'll tell you the thing, the thing that I thought I'd talk about a little bit is that there's a lot of water on the road. So if you're going out, if you are going out, watch out for the ponding. It's going to end up being pretty bad.
Yeah, we were looking at the cameras up on I-10 over towards Defuniak Springs. You could see there was, about all we could do was dusting on the grass, but the roads, we're staying okay at least for now. But it's definitely wet roads for sure.
Yeah, when I came out right there when I was in town on 98, it was there are a lot of people who are coming up, and it holds water right there by the bank and a couple of other places, and so I think we get just in the excitement, maybe people driving a little bit fast. There was a car pulled over on the road right there. I'm not doing a traffic. Do I get paid extra
Yeah.
for doing
Elizabeth
a traffic
says
report?
careful on
Because
231. I hydroplaned on it. It holds water. Yep.
yeah, and it's rained a lot. I don't know about you guys, but at my house, I had right at 1.5 inches when I left earlier. So it's been, and we talked about this yesterday. I know the three of us were talking about how much water would be down anyway. If it snowed, it was going to melt pretty quick because of the water content that would be laying around. So what's Charlie thinking about all this?
I think he's still asleep.
Get out of here.
Well, yeah.
Get out of here.
I mean, after I told him it probably wasn't going to be much, and now he's like 12 going on 13, so he's starting to sleep later. Lila, of course, is up. She was outside.
I heard her. Yeah. Well, can I tell this quick story because y'all sound like you're running out of stuff anyway. So I'm glad I joined you here. Last year when we went to what was it? The restaurant that had breakfast the week before it snowed. Me, you, and Charlie. Was it Sunnyside?
Yep.
Yeah. And I've told this story many times. Charlie sitting across from me and talking about coming from Denver and all, where it snowed twice a week, although not this year. But Charlie looked at me across the table and he said, "Mr. Neal, what does snow look like?" And that was profound for me. And I was so glad that it snowed. So a lot of the kids who had never seen snow got the opportunity to do so. And
Well, and like state record snow, which is like
I
the
know.
wild part.
I know. And he'll remember that for the rest of his life. He'll tell that same story, maybe not the me part, although I tried to make a big impression on him. But it was great conversation. I thought that was just wonderful that the kids in the area got to see that experience. Somebody who's never seen it before. Um, and you got wonderful children, by the way.
Uh,
I heard the story. I haven't seen it yet, Chris, but I've heard the story about Lila giving the forecast the other day. I don't know how many times I've heard that story the last few days about how precious that was.
Yeah, she's all in on the weather. But yeah, it's funny about like the snow because I had told the kids that I would take them someplace to see snow at some point. So I guess like for spring break or something, we would have to go to like
Right.
Colorado to see snow one year, and then last year happened, and I can
Yeah.
I can mark a ski trip off my expensive ski trip off of my list.
Yeah, we used to. I've been there and I've done that. We used to run when I was growing up in Birmingham, Alabama, we'd run all the way up to Fort Payne or something like that. There was a ski slope in Fort Payne, Alabama, by the way, in Mentone, Alabama. And you knew it was an Alabama ski slope because everybody wore either jeans or jean shorts and a bunch of waterlogged people before it was over with. And every once in a while, you'd see a person in Colorado when I lived there with jeans on, and we'd always say that's an Alabama skier. Um, they migrated out there from time to time.
Yeah, my sister went to she used to summer camp up in Mentone, Camp Skyway.
Yeah,
Was it Skyway?
that's right. Yeah, it's Sumatoga and Skyway were up there. It's a great place. Mentone, the Joneses run that up there. I don't think they do anymore because it's hard to make snow now. But they actually gave me one of their snow machines after they
Yeah.
retired the place. They gave me like a real snow machine. Uh, and I kept the neighborhood kids out of school from time to time with that thing before it was over with. But I don't know if you've seen, but I got friends who live in Colorado. I did live in Denver for a while. I got friends who are in Colorado who either work for some of the resorts, their ski resorts, who are jobless right now because of the lack of snow. And I think Denver now their total for the season is like 6 to 7 inches is all. So somebody in the South may have more than Denver, Colorado before this weekend's over with.
That's
It's been a horrible season.
the kids are watching, and they said, "No, we're going skiing." So maybe the ski trip isn't off the table yet.
Well, some of them didn't even open. Telluride didn't open until just recently, and they only had a few slopes. It wasn't natural snow. They're trying to make it as fast as they can, and some of them didn't even open there, as I understand it. It's which is going to be a huge deal because the main source of water for Denver comes from the snowpack. So that's going to be a big problem over the summer. The reservoir is already low there.
Tammy says it's snow and sleet in Kinesville, so that's kind of on the way. You're headed up that way.
All right, all right. Tammy, want to meet me somewhere for a biscuit?
I'm trying to think
No.
if there's some place to eat in Kinesville. You might be going to Tammy's house.
Buddy, if there's a place to eat, I can find it. Got
You know,
that down
it-
pat.
David, you've been a great supporter of what we've been doing here, and I'm just sitting here thinking, we're talking about snow in Florida. I'm in Inlet Beach. Dan is in Kentucky, and you are driving up 231 looking for snow, and it works.
Yeah. Well, one of the things
is
that's
that not
fantastic
incredible?
about this, it's like we're always just making something work with less. So I couldn't hear the conversation up until now. I'm jumping back in, and shout out to, can you see that?
Yep.
Shout out to Delta Airlines for their free headphones on the flight yesterday, because I've got Chris in one ear, I've got David in the other ear, and I can
gosh.
now hear what's going on here.
There you go.
'Cause, I think my light's too bright.
But Yeah.
Well, the
This is
technology is
fantastic.
what's so great. I actually do remember when I was working in Birmingham, Alabama, when Skype came out, when the actual app was introduced, and we had just bought a new satellite truck that we paid a couple of $1 million for at the television station, and I
Yep.
drove about 60 miles away and did a Skype shot with the chief engineer, and I learned some curse words that day because we just bought that truck, and now the technology, I think we're getting low rates back then, and it would freeze your face in a place, a position you didn't really want it to make on television. But um, hasn't it changed so much?
It's amazing. Well, I just pulled up Tyler here. Um, Tyler's a little further up 231 than you are. He's in Campbellton right now. He's got some big snowflakes coming down right now. They're actually sticking there to the hood of the car already. The grass is turning covered here quickly. So, any friends that we have watching in Jackson County, I think this is on the way for you briefly.
Yeah.
And you can see in a short period of time with the rate that it's coming down, it doesn't take but 15 minutes to see at least a dusting on the grass. And, you know, we were so spoiled last year, just to get a dusting the following year is pretty incredible. I think you have to go back to 51 and 52, Chris, for back-to-back years with winter precipitation here in the Panhandle.
Wow.
Oh,
Is
was
Not
there?
necessarily snow.
Are you speaking of this from
Yeah.
experience? From back?
Yeah, that was in my past life. This was-
Or is that somebody you're dating?
definitely not.
I know you like older women, but
I got mine.
they know we're kidding, don't they? I know they know we're kidding, right?
So
Oh, yeah.
it's changing over in Malone. So Campbellton, they have 30 miles worth of snow to kind of make hay, as far as to get as much as they can. It's going to snow, for however long it's going to take for that back edge to get there. But you got 30 miles. It's now snowing in Malone, and they got about 37, 38 miles to just start piling it up as fast as you can.
I love it. I love it because, we know as meteorologists how hard it is to actually make a snowflake. It's not an easy process. Can't melt once it leaves the cloud. I mean, there's so many things that have to happen in order to have a snowflake come from the base of the cloud all the way down to the ground. People take that for granted in places like Colorado, and I sit there and I'm still in awe of it when I actually see it hit the ground. It's always mesmerized me.
Yeah, 1973. That was the one. That was I'm trying to remember. They didn't get near the snow down here, but in Macon, they got about a foot of snow. That was the one they would always talk about in Macon. Was 1973. Is February 9th and 10th. Was pretty incredible snow, the one that everyone talks about in Macon. Of course. You had the superstorm in 93 for Birmingham, and 93. Were you in Chattanooga then?
I was in Chattanooga, Tennessee, brother, and we had, right, I think officially at 21, they finally said, but it was all just drifts. Uh, that was the first time I saw, thunder snow, and which everybody gets excited about for some reason or another. Um, but yeah, I was in Tennessee. I just had a baby that was a month old, and that wasn't good. Um, and we lost power for about a week at my house. It was, I've been in worse, believe it or not. Out in Colorado and once in Minneapolis. Been in a few that were worse, but and this one's going to be up there on the list. Would be. What's all that purple I'm seeing on the radar? Am I going to run into purple?
That's going to be sleet. that you run into, and
Yes.
then you'll bust through that, and you'll finally see some snowflakes.
I'm gonna bust the core and go into the snowflake zone. Um, I don't really know
So
exactly where I am on
it
231,
looks
but
like
I'll see any sleep.
just south of Alford which is just south of I-10, is where you'll kind of pop into the snow.
I had to borrow a car, so I'm lucky I know where anything is. I'm in Youngstown.
Yep.
And you can see the ponding. I don't know if you can see my feed, but there's a lot of water on the road, which if you run up on it really quick is a little disconcerting. Yeah, I'm south of 20 at the moment.
Yeah, I'll jump back onto Tyler here. Decent amount of snow still coming down there. Somebody was asking to show where the snow is out on the radar. Just about all of Jackson County now is seeing it. When you look at just like the raw radar products, though, that changeover like algorithm in the computer doesn't necessarily pick up on all the nuanced spots that you can see the snowfall. So we'll pull up what would normally be used in like a severe weather context, trying to find debris in the air during a tornado potentially. You can also use it to identify the different types of droplets in the air, whether they're ice crystals or sleet, those big ice pellets, or if you have raindrops. And right now, if you look at this region here, all the different colors are basically varying sizes of ice pellets, your sleet falling right now. Along Highway 20 there, 388 picking up on it at the airport in Bay County as well, and then stretching up towards Bluntstown now. Alford, Alpha, Sneed's probably seeing it. Northwest of that, though, you're starting to see true snowfall. And Chris saw some of it too, but it's now switched back to sleet and Inlet Beach. We saw a couple of flakes over towards Panama City Beach, but not enough to be significant. So we're very quickly seeing this become an only I-10 thing after having some fun towards the coast.
Yeah, we'll see. I think at my house it may switch back over to flakes for about 5 minutes, and then the sun will pop out. And that's what we were seeing over into Destin, was that just that quick. Skies are clearing and sunny skies beginning to take over.
We'll pull up Tyler here one last time. Tyler just dropped by in the chat, Chris, and said he's going to end his live stream. He got what he was looking for. It looks pretty good by looking at the cameras here. So he's going to grab some footage, which is certainly worth getting here, as this is supposed to be like a once-in-a-lifetime thing, but apparently it's just every year here. So we'll pull off Tyler's camera here, but thanks again for the hard work, the gas, the time, getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning to go look for snow, and he's found this, which is a great view, again, up in Campbellton in Jackson County. So that's a good sign of what this event was possible, capable of doing. Kind of happened just a little west of where we expected it, Chris, but I think Jackson County's not completely written off yet, heading towards Sneed's or Grand Ridge, up towards Two Egg, or even into Mariana. At least 30 to 45 minutes of snow will be possible before the back edge of that moisture swings through.
Yep, and that back edge is now moving through Holmes County. So as quickly as it started snowing in Bonifay, you're running out of real estate before that precipitation begins to come to an end. So if we look right there, and then this is the back edge right there, moving into Holmes County right now. It's already done in Defuniak Springs. The sun's coming back out there. Mossy Head, it's done.
All right, here, David again. Here's Defuniak Springs. Sean is asking if you wonder if it ever snowed back to back here in the past, or if this is one for the history books. See, that's the thing, is I'm not a big records guy. I'm generally just a grumpy person, as Chris will tell you. Like, we've only been keeping records for so long. It's never a great picture into true reality, more than likely. There were probably many great snow events in the Florida Panhandle. It's just like if a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to write it down. Did it ever happen?
They,
It's definitely rare in the last 100 years, though.
and we see, the other thing is, though, with like snow is like, like seeing accumulating snow, or snow on the ground, like we're seeing in Defuniak Springs, it can happen there, but it's not happening in Destin, so does that count? But yet it's the same event. So, a lot of it just depends upon kind of where you are, because we are we do see quite a range in impacts because of the influence of the Gulf. So it's a lot harder to get that snow at the beach than it is up towards like Mariana or Campbellton, places like that. But beautiful look this morning, a dusting of snow in parts of northwest Florida.
David's going to find it right now, driving up 231.
He's still in the rain. Probably when he crosses 20 is when he should probably
He's still camping in the left lane.
he should be getting into the sleet.
It's because there's so much water over there. I'm trying to avoid it. Hey, Dan, if you're not careful, I'm going to hand you the steering wheel. Are you like this in the car?
Yeah.
Or is it looks like to ride with you? Well, I thought so.
Rarely am I in the car, and I'm not in the driver's seat.
Yeah. Driving a car, I'm
Yeah,
not
snow in
used to.
Chipley, somebody says.
Well, I
That's,
just passed 20.
It's too small.
That was the red light at 20 right there. So
Okay.
is it showing snow north of there? Is it showing snow north of there?
So you're gonna punch into
Right down.
sleet first.
Really?
If you just crossed 20, you got about 14 miles.
Really? I just passed another biscuit place. Let's see.
Okay, snow in Cottondale. So heavy snowflakes. Dylan says got the snow up there.
When I get up there, is it going to snow for 4 minutes and then quit?
It's going to snow a little bit longer than that because
Okay.
the back edge. Let's see. When you get up to Cottondale, you still have like 30 miles of snow to get through as that snow moves west to east.
Okay.
So you should. I mean, Cottondale will definitely see like grassy areas are going to get covered.
Hey.
Is it going to snow in Springfield, Max? I very much have my doubts. I think there's a decent chance you end up staying just rain.
Oh, we have snowflakes coming down at the Malone School, Chris. There's the
Nice.
camera up in Jackson County, which is a still frame camera. Like every 30 seconds, we'll get a new frame coming in here. But there's some white there on that like covered walkway on the roof of it. Yes, as Steven just said, big flakes in Delwood, but melting as soon as it hits the ground. I think, like, this changeover happened fast in Jackson County, Chris. It was 41 degrees there 2 hours ago, so a lot of it is going to melt on contact. But you're going to get big flakes that are at least pretty to look at, even if they don't show anything when they reach the ground. Kimberly asked if you think it will in Liberty County. Liberty County is not looking optimistic for the snowfall. Sleet's kind of wrapping in on the south side of this. So temperatures are starting to warm up in like the mid-level of the atmosphere, and it looks like a lot of sleet passes through from basically like Parker, Callaway, Tyndall, all the way along 22 and then up into Liberty County, and probably a good chunk of like southern Calhoun County, and then Gulf County and Liberty County will just be sleet or rain.
Bayou George, it's going to be hard to get anything. I mean, some sleet maybe. Same thing for Lynn Haven. But it's going to be hard to see many flakes.
The other problem too, Chris, is that we're starting now
Yep.
to get like some dry air on the backside of this. And so now the end of your precipitation isn't perfectly layered on top of the cold air. There's a little disconnect because the colder air is, of course, also bringing in the drier air. So as time moves on this morning, you're battling the warmer temperatures. You're also battling the arrival of drier air. So I think beyond 231, unless, of course, you're in Jackson County right now, the prospects become a lot less hopeful.
Yeah. Maybe one of the kids will be here in a minute, but I think I should be changing back over to snow here at the house here in a few moments.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
So, well, I'm at this. I mean, I guess there's some sleet soon. I just went from 38 to 35 in a mile.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's got to be. It's got to be cooled. Have you had any pictures of like sleet accumulating? Because the volume, the QPF is high.
No. That's probably about the only way we're only way we're going to get a snowman. You'll see what Dan and I are laughing about here in a second.
Good stuff. Oh, man.
There we go.
So here we go. This is from Tracy in Mexico Beach. Looks like I was fooled at first because it was like a thumbnail image that I saw looking on a 13-inch laptop screen from about 3 feet away. I was like, oh, somebody like gathered up everything they got and did a really good job. But no, it's a lawn decoration from Christmas, and looks like the entire ice tray in the refrigerator was emptied out in front of that snowman. Stephen Parker, Chris, asking where you can share video. If the app can't accept the video, because I know there's a file size limit of like 10 megabytes, email it to Chris or Dan at panhandleweather.com.
Yeah. You can send it through Facebook Messenger too if you want. My friend Robert says it's snowing in the Sandhills now. Thank you very much, Robert. And let's see here. You can. My friend Miss Danielle. Let's see. Let's see if we can pull this up.
Here's some snow in Mossy Head, Chris.
Nice. This is across 98 and Inlet Beach over in Water Sound Origins. Yeah, Charlie just reporting that it has just switched back over to snow here at the Smith House. So I can, let me open up the garage door again.
Incredible.
I know.
Well,
And now,
actually that's been done time and time again. At our studios in Birmingham, Alabama. That's what we did. That we opened up the garage on top of Red Mountain, and you can see all of Birmingham. We just wheel a camera out there. It's not that weird.
it's actually really convenient. Just need a little more grease on the
Yeah.
rails.
Well, back in the day at the TV station, they used to do like live weather outside, and like that's what they did. They pushed a studio camera over, opened up like the doors, and then
Yeah. It, yeah, when I worked at Channel 6 in Birmingham, the studio backed up to the view where you see the WBRC. The studio garage door opened up, and just out of the blue, 'cause sometimes up snow down in the city, 1,000 feet above the city there, so, or take the feed from Mount Cheehaw.
His snowflakes are huge, says Lori, almost like a spider web. Yeah, that wet snow's great. Big flakes in Cottondale, the grass and the rooftops are turning white.
yeah, there's a.
And Chris, on your messenger, you'll have that video from Steven.
Okay, I'll check that. There's my friends on the west end of
This-
the beach, Jamie and Connie, sent some pictures of some flakes in Laguna Beach.
This was the snow in Freeport earlier this morning, I believe, from Rebecca. And those are like big flakes. Obviously, pictures don't do it justice. You catch a still frame of it.
Okay, let me go check out Messenger here. A second.
And then our friends the Yoopers sent a reminder of what last year's snow looked like on the beach. And like going through this event and dealing with forecasting such a fringe outcome really puts into perspective how like surreal 5 inches of snow was for like coastal spots. I mean, 10 inches in Milton. I don't know that my parents have gotten 10 inches of snow in New Jersey for 7 or 8 years.
Let's see. So this is the video from Steven of the snow. This is Delwood, so up in Jackson County. What? You can bring it here.
Hey, David.
Yeah.
We got a message for you from Jessica Davis. She says, OMG, that is David Neal. I was your pen pal from 97 to 99 from Oak Grove. Hello.
From Oak Grove, Alabama. Yeah. We had a big tornado in Oak Grove one time. It was the first time I was on television when people died. And it really changed my life. I went from a lot of yuck, being funny about the weather to it changed my life. That was April the 8th of 1998. But tell her Dave says, hey.
She could hear you.
Oh yeah, because we're on. Keep
We're
forgetting that.
live.
Yeah.
So now your back edge of rainfall here is
It's
like
snowing.
you might actually punch out. You're getting snow?
It's snowing. Yeah.
Nice.
Just went to it was 36, it's 33 now. There's still some rain mixed in. I never saw sleet, guys.
It was all fake. Or it was melting.
Fake news. It's fake news.
Happens.
Yeah, these are gonna be big flakes.
Cool.
I hate windshield wipers.
I feel like they don't last as long as they used to.
Windshield wipers? Or snowflakes?
Yeah. both.
It's a conspiracy of the windshield wiper manufacturers to make them not last as long, so you have to buy them more often.
You like them
Well, it's like
tires?
appliances.
God, y'all sound old. Y'all sound as old as I am. The two of you.
Vicky asked where David is. I think you're, if I remember this part of 231, like you have a couple of turns left to go.
He's almost
Then you'll be
like Alford.
to I-10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I almost saw the thing. Which is this is a lovely
Elevate-
stretch right here.
It is. Speed limit's far too low.
Yeah, I forgot to look. I'm following traffic. I probably should look a little bit more.
Sandra says on
It's-
Ellaville Road in Campbellton, there's Christmas decorations still up, which makes for great pictures because they have like accumulations up there. That's along 231.
Can you see the snow on my camera?
It's like if you work really hard, you could pick out like the little flurry directions and
yeah.
stuff. But when it hits the windshield,
it's
it
'cause-
presents as rain. And
It's hard to, if there was some darkness, if I pointed it over to the trees, you'd
Yeah.
probably see better.
Just a few more miles,
But-
and when you're in Cottondale, it should be snowing pretty good, and you'll be able to just kind of probably pull off and
Right, good.
take it in.
I had a friend of mine from Colorado who's a meteorologist, so he can see the radar. He said, "Boy, your life has changed." I think part of that's because I dressed up as a woman last night for an event, and and he saw that picture online. I did win like 18 Edward R. Murrow awards in my career.
that's impressive.
He would be proud. No, you don't get those, and just the news department gets those, and you get your name put on the plaque.
Let's see. Mr. Trauma Boy says it's snowing in Grand Ridge. Said Hernandez asked, will it snow in PCB? I mean, it is snowing a teeny bit in PCB, like on the west end of the beach. So it just kind of depends upon where you are. Right now, it looks like it's mainly sleet that you're seeing in Panama City Beach. But like at my house in Inlet Beach, we're getting one little final, like, little burst of a few snowflakes. Sorry, I closed the garage door. It was getting too cold.
Makes
Is it
sense.
cold? Is it cold enough to turn back to freeze again? I didn't think it was cold enough to actually become an ice pellet again.
There's so like 925 to like 800 is like 30, 31, so probably not. And then the ground obviously has never really gotten below freezing.
35. No, so I'd be surprised if there was much sleet. I know the radar is seeing it, but that's part of the algorithm.
It's scanning way up too, where we're looking now.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is progressing quickly, though. I think, like, if you talk more about Panama City Beach, Chris, it's not looking so optimistic for, like, a back edge snow. I guess there's maybe a little bit. This is just south of you here
Yeah.
in Inlet Beach right now. That was the wrong color choice. Just, like, maybe a little bit of snowfall.
Yeah.
But then the other thing I noticed was, like, there's a pretty good return here as far as just the intensity of precipitation. So as that comes on shore, like you're either going to get big snowflakes for 5 to 10 minutes, probably closer to 5,
Oh, that little
or you're going to get like
that
some
little
pretty
bright-
heavy rain.
the bright banding down there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But again, now you're looking even higher. I'm guessing that's melting snow at 10,000 feet.
Yeah, it's probably we do this exercise every time there's stuff in the Gulf, severe weather. remember like trying to guess like how high is that?
Well, you got a skew T there.
It is about 1,500 feet.
Okay. So yeah, more than likely melting snow there is what's coming down towards the beach coastline here.
If you check that out if you measured that, Chris, with the Baron radar, I helped develop that little tool.
What was that?
Let's see how it works.
If you check that out with the Baron, did you use the Baron to check out the beam height
I was using radar
on
scope.
the? Okay. I remember when that became a thing for Baron. I was working for them then.
I'm trying to remember where it is. Like I know in Fast Track, but like
Whichever.
that was actually one of my questions that I had recently, but I just every time I just like I'll just look on radar scope because I know how to do it there, but I'm not 100% sure on Baron how to do it. But I do remember back in the day, Fast Track, I knew how to do it there.
Yeah. So you remember where the actual
Should be snowing at
buoy
the
is for
airport in Margaritaville.
Yeah, but for like Lynn Haven, Panama City, Callaway, Southport, even like Bayou George, it's looking a little more difficult now at this time. I'm not very optimistic at all. It looks like it's just this melting snow, melting ice pellet mix coming down to the ground, and that will all come to an end pretty quickly here.
So
Now, the
should
good
I
news
go?
is-
Dry air's
Go ahead.
Should I go under 10 or should I? Am I making a right?
No, I would go
On the
under. Just
interstate.
go north.
All right. I'm planning all this out again, so on my way back, I can stop and get a biscuit. I guess at Lowe's. There's the Love's right there. I'm not really doing this for you guys. I was coming out to get a biscuit and just happened to have my camera with me. It quit snowing, by the way. It's a little bit of drizzle, light drizzle.
Yeah, I'm a little curious about the temperatures, like maybe coming back up now. So we get in, it's like 8 there.
Well, it's daylight now.
Anyone else seeing sleet in Lynn Haven? Yeah, you should be seeing sleet in Lynn Haven. At least a little bit.
So temperatures right now are probably about as cold as they're going to get.
Yep.
And at 36, 37 degrees down towards Lynn Haven, it's going to be hard to keep snowflakes as snowflakes.
Sure. So the snow is done pretty much for Walton County. It's
Just about cleared out of Washington County now.
yeah, and Holmes County, it's done. It's done in Graceville.
I think it's about done here as well.
Yeah, it's getting close in Cottondale. If you wanted to, it's up to you. Then you could go down 90 towards Mariana.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about doing. Um, yeah, since you guys are paying me, you can tell me where to go.
There's got to be a good biscuit spot in downtown Mariana.
Oh,
Let's,
yes.
let's put it on my W-2.
We have a whole audience of people that would know those sorts of things.
Yes. Someone,
Yeah,
someone will drop in
seriously,
the comments the best breakfast spot
seriously,
in Mariana.
seriously. I did one of the most fascinating things I ever got to do as a TV weather guy was we used to do this thing called Wednesday fellowship at different churches, and they'd make food, and I do a live shot, and it was some of the best food I ever had. And they were like all in a competition. I'm not gonna say the Baptists I'm not gonna say who had the better food, but one of them clearly did for Wednesday night, and it was good. Now, I just saw somebody with a sled. I promise you, I don't know what they were doing with it, but
Duh.
I'm at Cottondale Elementary School. There's a plow. Did you see the snow plow just go by me? A snow plow just went by me. I promise you, a real snow plow.
We got to work on messaging next time around.
Did you see it?
Oh, that's
I
fantastic.
Yeah,
need
I
to go
saw
back
it.
and I need to go back and follow him. He knows where it's at.
We got snow in the
Well,
sandhills. I saw a picture
there's
just
a little
drop
bit
in,
on
Chris, of
the
snow in Compass Lake.
Let's see.
Flurries in
I'm gonna
Fountainwood,
show you.
mostly sweet. And it's snowing in Cottondale. So you're like right there, Dave. You're going to be there in like a moment's notice.
Well, I kind of see it. Yeah, I'm underneath a tree right there. Um, this is so cute.
Is that a little bit on the grass to your right?
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna pull over here in just a minute, and we'll have to use the focus on my phone and all, but I can probably show you how. There's it's on the roofs and stuff too now on the car, which surprised the plow. Oh my word! I just need to follow them. It just went by me. How many do we
They'll show you
have?
the way.
I mean, we used to have to
That was the
borrow
whole
those up
state's.
and had to be two
That was
of
the
them.
entire state's supply of snowplows.
Jeez, must have gotten some money from somewhere.
There's,
It's
hold on one
quit
second.
snowing here.
That road holds a lot of moisture.
That was Santa Rosa Beach just a little bit ago.
Yep, let's get you up.
Those are big flakes. Let's see, that was Bart. This is Bill Richardson says snow a few seconds ago up in Holmes County on the farm there. Bill Richardson.
Here's a great one.
This is up Highway 173 just south of Highway 2. The snow started at 6:30.
This is from Vicky. I don't have a location on it, but I like that house, especially when it has snow on it.
Yeah. Yeah. In case you sell it, now's the time to take your showing pictures.
Looks like very light signs that it ever snowed near you, Dave.
I'm looking for some black cows because they show good, but I haven't seen a cow yet. There was a couple of horses back there, but they were white, so that wouldn't have worked. There's a little there's a dusting, in the grass. It had to snow hard here for a little while just before I got here,
Yeah, that looks like
but the
it's a
snow,
similar sort of area to where Tyler was picking up on like massive snowflakes for about 25 minutes. They
probably,
got just about everything in 25 minutes.
yeah, yeah. And I see the back edge of the radar's pretty clearing here now.
Danielle Davidson.
There's good news.
Yeah. A few flakes, or a few flurries in Panama City, according to Danielle. Probably gonna have to look between the sleet pellets and raindrops, but there you go.
It snowed in Red Bay.
Yep.
I think we did have a picture from Red Bay earlier on. I mean, unfortunately, it was 15 to 25 minutes for most of us, but that's better than we did for about 34 winters before last year.
Yeah. Remember the thing about last year is just how it was there the next day and the next, and
I know I got
it was,
home almost a full day later. After the snow ended, the sun was out, and my driveway was
yeah,
like just a disaster scene waiting to happen. Like I
yeah,
was arriving straight to the scene of the accident when I would walk down the driveway,
yeah, yeah.
doing the penguin shuffle with your feet.
That's it.
But it's rapidly coming to an end. Back edge is in kind of over towards 231, and then beginning to kind of taper off over towards Mariana.
Yeah, there's like literally, I turn my wipers off. There's nothing falling from the sky here anymore. There's got to be a good biscuit here somewhere.
Yeah, who's going to tell David where to eat in Mariana that has a good biscuit?
There's got to be a good biscuit here somewhere. Oh, there's some snow.
Making me want a
I
biscuit.
know. Monica says some
Nothing.
flurries in Lynn Haven. That's good. I think that was that Chipola Ford there?
Oh, gee. Dude, if I had my handheld microphone, there was a line at the Waffle House right there. And you
Oh,
talk about some great interviews. Man on the street stuff. That's
Yep,
where
there's
if I
Chipola
had my
Ford.
handheld.
So you'll be coming up on downtown here in just a minute, and then if you ended up continuing
think I
through
just-
downtown on 90, you'll eventually come up to Parish Tractor, one of our sponsors. So if you want to stop off and get a Kubota,
Where are they? Where are they?
they're on 90 just east of downtown. So you're coming up on downtown now, so it's probably a few miles east of you.
Well, the parishes, that's very kind of, there's an all-you-can-eat buffet.
Stephen Parker, only good biscuits in Mariana is at Hardee's. Oh, I know you can do better. I mean, Hardee's isn't bad, but like I think there has to be someplace better.
I used to be a judge for Hardee's. They had competitions, and I was a judge to judge their biscuits. They make great biscuits, but I'd love a little mom and pop place that
Yes.
so
Sean says seeing
on
some
the side
flurries in
here.
Pretty Bayou, not much, but I'll take it. Something's better than nothing. That, my friend, is the right attitude to have. Yeah, so
Hardee's has the biscuit.
They make great biscuits.
You're just looking for local, right? Like,
Yeah.
get down to
yeah,
the diner.
Yeah. Chris knows about all those.
oh yeah.
You could always swing by Bluntstown on the way back. Fiddler's is one of my favorite food spots in all of the Panhandle.
Those fine folks at Fiddlers. Oh, they're not sponsors yet, but we can probably turn them.
Because Jessica's recommending a gas station now, and that's not a good sign.
Well, no. Sometimes the gas stations have the best ones. I used to go to dinner. I took a woman on a first date to a gas station one time. They had great food. They really did. It was good food, and there were 3 seats there. There was some bench seats, and if it had, they had better seating at the gas station. The food was good enough. She just didn't like the seating, and that didn't.
Where
It
was the
was a
second date?
relationship that didn't last. They're just, I think her grandmother passed away or something 3 times, and I just never got back with her. She never called me back after that. She said it was her, it wasn't me. Problems.
Yeah,
It's her. Um, but 3 grandparents, that is a lot.
Cajun
Oh, there's
Corner
the
next to
waffle
Merritt's Mill
iron.
Pond. There you go.
Merritt's Mill Pond. You know what Merritt's Mill Pond used to, you know what I know about Merritt's Mill Pond? I just realized this, that there was a time when the state record bluegill was caught at Merritt's Mill Pond. I'm not lying to you. I know that.
Sunstop over the bridge towards Zoo
No
World has
comment?
great food. They actually have good biscuits.
Zoo World?
You get all sorts of recommendations now. There's a gas station by Zoo World that has great
Good.
biscuits. So we're just about seeing Jackson County see precipitation come to an end.
So coming up, it looks like Cajun Corner is by Mariana Pawn and Gun, and it's going to be just outside of town there. Like you're going to go past it. It's before you get to Parish Tractor.
Are you guys seriously so bored that you're trying to find me a place to eat? Or is it that I'm doing so bad you're trying to get me off the air?
There's just not much snow left to talk about, to be honest.
I know.
Oh, there's Mr. Bingo. I love this town. It's a big town.
We could probably start looking ahead, Chris, and wrapping things up. What was a very exciting morning
Yeah.
for I-10, and a lot of our folks here sticking around for Panama City. They're still stuck with the rain.
Yeah, it's going to be a cold day today, but that sunshine's coming back pretty quickly. 40s is about it, mid to upper 40s, I think, is all we're going to be able to do today. Now, the story tonight will be the cold weather. We'll see. Beaches are going to get close to freezing. And then you see a nice warm up. We get up into the 60s by Thursday. Not a ton of rain, but there will be some rain in the forecast. And then inland areas, that will be, that's going to be like a whole different ball game. 24 tonight. So up where David is, 24 degrees, 27 Tuesday morning, 31 Wednesday morning. So I think 2 more nights that I would at least worry about the pipes. And then after that, light freeze Wednesday. Even if you hit freezing, it'll be light. And then the warm up. And then look at this. Maybe by Saturday, we could hit 70s for inland areas, 60s at the coast.
But still, lows in the 30s.
Still, yeah, 30s, 40s. You're looking at
Yeah.
for wind chills today. Yeah, it's gonna feel like pretty much the 30s to near 40 all day.
Pretty much how it feels right now. Like, look at Jackson County. That's just how it feels today. There's like not going to be great attendance at church this morning. Most people are staying home this afternoon. Then tomorrow morning, if you're still working, look at those wind chills you're waking up to.
Yeah.
A little worse before the winds back off, like down to maybe teens, depending on, localized spots that get a little colder. At least tomorrow we could get a brief window of time where things feel a little more tolerable outside. Snow is really coming down in Fountain right now, so at least some in Bay County, Chris.
Yeah.
Right there along 231.
Just had a heavy wave of
Yep.
rain with some sleet from Vicky.
Are y'all open?
Paul says a little sleet mixed with rain.
Do you have biscuits? Do you have biscuits?
Hold on, we gotta
Do
see
you?
what's going on here.
All right. I'll just sit somewhere over here.
Is that the
Thank
Cajun
you.
Corner?
Big crowd. Yeah, here at the Cajun Corner. I'm doing a little live stream. So, how are you today? Did you have trouble driving in? Yeah. Yeah. What's your name? Can I- Meg? Meg, I'm David. Nice to meet you, Meg. Uh, do you have 2% milk? Okay. I'll take 1 or 3 or whatever you got, really. I just like milk, please. Okay. This is a show, fellas. I love this.
Hey,
stuff.
David, to see if they can't put Panhandle weather up on the TVs there. I don't see anything there.
Just give me just a minute, and I'll do that. I'm a little scared. There's a voodoo doll over here next to me that kind of favors one of my ex-wives. We'll have to that one right there. And if she's watching, she'll know it's her. Oh, let's see what they got here. They're gonna sponsor the show before I get out of here. They'll be a sponsor, I promise you.
Yeah, let's
who
see the
recommended this
let's
place?
see the menu.
Yeah.
Well, there's a good menu. It's a really big order. Breakfast plate there. Can you see it?
Look at those prices. Have they hit the pandemic yet? Have they gotten there yet?
Good prices.
I sure
Grits. See? There's a $3 pancake. I like that. But then
It's
they
like
got 2
2010
biscuits
again.
and gravy. Yep. 2 biscuits and gravy, or you can get a beignet.
So Steven
Big-
says the gator sausage is good.
I don't want to get up and walk out of here now. I upset Meg. She was so sweet. She's bringing me some 2 or 3% milk,
Or maybe one.
whatever she got. Yeah, they have a good score too. So I'm excited about that. Just wish I had somebody to talk to. There's nobody here.
Hey.
So,
I bet it fills up
well,
after
whoever
church.
recommended this place, probably. Or I mean, it. So many people are probably watching us right now. It'll fill up quick, I would think, with your viewers.
Oh, somebody's coming and buying you breakfast. I mean,
Yeah.
not Dan or I, but somebody.
Yeah, I have a little distance to cover.
If not, I'll
I
just
can
write it
Venmo
off
you
on my
breakfast.
expense report. Yeah, I'm gonna write it off on my expense report if that's all right. We haven't talked about that yet.
Just make sure you ask her about advertising, so it's technically a business meeting for the write-offs. There we go.
So I've been talking on this stream about how much I wanted a biscuit today. So I see you've got biscuits here. I'd like 2 biscuits and gravy, please. Oh, gator, gator.
That's what the gator
So
sausage.
Yeah, gator sausage. No, I'll start with that. Can I just biscuits and gravy, please? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mm. Was she supposed to sign a waiver first or something? 'Cause I didn't bring
Well,
those
we haven't gotten to
forms
the
with
point of
me.
having lawyers yet.
You may after this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you get the senior discount?
Shut up, Chris.
He didn't ask that. That was a question in the chat.
I mean, if we're paying for your breakfast, we need to get it down as low as possible.
Yeah, I got that AARP thing too. I just started. So. Of course, y'all can get AARP now.
I'm up there. I'm 52 now.
I still see you as being like 25 or so.
Like it's crazy. Like we talk, and people probably don't know because, I mean, it's been a while since we did this. But like I interviewed with Dave when I was like a kid, like 23, 24.
Yeah, I mean, you were, yeah, yeah. And all I remember is thinking, he's smarter than me. I can't hire him. He knows DOS. I think it back then it was he knows DOS better than I know DOS.
Yes.
So probably not gonna hire him. I never hired people who were smarter than me.
Look at this whiz on Windows 95.
And
Was
Fortran.
it?
Yeah.
Well, I
That's
took
what Dan
Fortran.
is always blown away by, is the fact that in college, well, Dave went to FSU too, but that my computer programming class we had to take for meteorology was Fortran 77,
Fortran.
not even Fortran like 90.
Right. Oh my word! Look at this, guys. Oh my goodness, that's beautiful. Thank you. Holy cow!
Do we have the video feed
That's
of
what I'm
this?
talking about.
Yeah, I'm bringing him back here.
Oh,
Dude, look at this.
that is
Right, they must have known.
fantastic.
I think
I
they
feel like
must
I
have
sneezed and you had
recognized
food
me.
in front of you.
Oh, that's not funny. Oh, well, I can't eat this in front of you, but now we got bunches of food in front of me. I think they're gonna recognize me. How you doing? How you doing?
It's snowing in Alpha. He's at the
Yeah, I was just
Don. He's at the Cajun Corner in Mariana.
looking at radar here in the background, and things are coming to an end quickly across the Panhandle. Anywhere west of 231 now, like any precipitation type is pretty much done. And east of that and south
Actually,
of I-10 at this point, it's pretty much all rain.
Yeah.
if you look hard, I can't zoom in with this camera, but if you look hard, it's actually snowing harder than it was when I parked the car here in Mariana. And they're true flakes. I don't see any mix with it.
And there's a couple of flakes coming down there.
Is the truck white or is it just covered in snow?
This truck is totally white. Wait, I'm locked in. There we go. I should probably think that I'm skipping out on my deal.
I don't want your biscuits and gravy to get cold.
See, those are big flakes.
That was a money shot.
Yeah.
I know.
Proof
hold
of a
on.
snowflake.
And a lot of people don't know that a snowflake really looks like the kind you draw sometimes.
Oh, I find that
Well, you
that's
can
the most
see.
fascinating part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that looks like that was sleet that kind of got caught in this bush. Sure what kind of bush that is. And then it's just kind of messy on the ground. You can see that. But these are big flakes that are, I guess this is the last hurrah.
Yep. If we pull the radar up for you right here, it's, maybe 10 miles to your west is the back edge of where there's any precipitation. And I think a lot of that at this point might be evaporating before it gets to the ground.
But you can kind of see it, can't you? Maybe.
You can see a couple of flurries. There's a couple right there.
All right, when I say freeze it, you freeze the frame.
Okay. Ready when you
I'm
are.
kidding you. Well, wait now. Now wait. Now, this is what in Denver we call this puking. Because it is coming down. Maybe if I can get over here and show you across the street. I can zoom this camera at all. See it now?
Oh yeah.
Those are big flakes.
And they're getting bigger. This is the last little.
It's going to be all snow from
Actually,
here on out.
I don't feel any water now. Any rain. Don't have it. Everybody's got a
Chris,
white
we got
truck.
snow in Alford. Foxtrot 95, Bluntstown area is getting some snowflakes now.
Good.
And Pine Log Road. And Greenhead, more snow. Probably all look somewhat similar to this, maybe a little bit bigger flakes and like that higher intensity snowfall area, like kind of right over the Apalachicola River right now is where the precipitation rate is most intense. If you're cold enough for snow, you could see some pretty big flakes there.
Look at that. Winter Storm 2026.
Should we name it?
Drove an hour and a half. Yeah, Snowpocalypse 2026.
It's Winter Storm Neil. We'll call it that.
I went that once. When we started naming them at the Weather Channel, we got a little heat over that.
I noticed that.
Yeah. I was on the team to name those and then decided I better.
Oh, these are great
Hey, get back
shots.
in there. Get my biscuits.
Don't let your biscuits get
Yeah.
cold.
Well, I thought somebody.
We could
I was
take it
kinda
from here.
waiting. Did you not say somebody was coming to buy my breakfast? Or kind of holding off till
We
that
were hoping
happens.
somebody would come by and join.
Well, couple of people came in, and she looked over at me, and I thought, all right, they're going to sit down with me. And then I think she thought I was staring at her, because then she moved away with her husband, and she didn't recognize me at all. She was just trying to be a little friendly, and I made it awkward.
It's all right. Nobody will remember it tomorrow.
No.
I hope not. All right. None of that's freezing on the trees or anything.
Yeah,
It was,
you can see David showed it to me earlier when it was across our area, but in southwest Georgia, like near west of Bainbridge, up towards Camilla, you can see the gravity waves on the radar.
pretty cool.
Oh. Oh, good. Dan, I got some, let's see, I got some snow from my mother-in-law in southwest Georgia. Oh,
My mother-in-law won't let me call her.
look at that.
There's like, you're welcome. Oops, got
It's beautiful.
It's great.
Yeah. This is between Camilla and Bainbridge, in southwest Georgia, where my wife grew up. Obviously in the middle of the fields. But, you know, accumulation pretty light. I think, at least the way it's kind of appears, is like we definitely didn't hit winter storm warning, like kind of criteria. It pretty much just
No.
was winter weather advisory, you know, at best. But still,
I think that winter storm severity index was like the most useful thing that came out of all of this for the future if we ever need it. I think it did a good job of outlining like where you could see snow versus where you'd see impacts. And obviously for us, like there were spots where we could see snow. It was pretty useful for that. But it was helpful in saying like it's not going to impact your life at all, which it really didn't.
but at least it was novel enough that, hey, we got to see some snow in Florida. And again,
Got some good biscuits too.
yeah, that looks fantastic.
It's
And,
so
you know,
good.
barring last year's snow, we would take this or any other year because it's been a while, for sure. We had a little snow back in like 2010 up across the I-10 corridor. Nothing at the beach, but I do remember we got a little accumulating snow up there.
And a YouTube comment here asking about Tallahassee, Chris. If Tallahassee would get a few snowflakes, I think like a few if you're using like the literal definition of like 5 or 6 snowflakes, but it looks like it's a lot of rain right now. And you're battling against warming temperatures too. They've leveled off at the moment, but you know, it's 8:40. By 9:40, instead of getting that cooling effect, you'll start to see temperatures warming up again.
You're going to get some in Bay County. You're seeing some in Bay County right now, but it's definitely like more of a mix. Like you're going to kind of have to squint to look and see any flakes, and it's rapidly coming to an end. It's basically like Mexico Beach, east of 231, west of 231, it's done. Is anyone awake
So
there
good.
at the
Really,
future
really good.
in-laws house?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
There are dogs.
No, I'm
Coming my
good.
way.
Thank you.
But he wants to play, and I'm not providing that service sitting in this chair.
Joy said it's sticking to my screen on my porch in Mariana. David's ability to eat and photograph at the same time is pretty fantastic.
Dude, 40 years of experience. That's all it takes.
Come here. Don't want to be on camera? Okay.
I hope Dan's talking to a dog or something. What?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay. That was making me feel uncomfortable.
All right, I think we're grinding to a halt here. It's the snow is too, so
Are we
we could find a way to get out of this somehow.
are we done?
Well, I'm just trying.
Are we
I'm
calling it
I'm
quits?
just trying to get into over. I'm trying to get into overtime. That's all I've been doing is stalling.
Oh, you're salaried.
Yeah. Well, lots of people are coming in now, and they're staring at me, but it could be because I just look funny.
You're talking to yourself.
I don't think anybody's gonna buy my. Yep, and there's that. Of course, everybody does that now. Everybody's on their phone talking to somebody else, but I gotta find out if they take Discover, and then I'll split. It's been fun, guys.
It has been fun.
Yeah.
We've got a couple of snow bursts, little snow showers here, popping up on the very back end of the precipitation. For the most
No
part, as you
school
look
for
into,
the kids.
or tomorrow for most
We,
schools.
Dan and I got Charlie the other day
Oh, that's right.
Oh, I got him good.
when Dan said,
No,
yeah.
I'm
I was
good.
like, they already
Thank you.
canceled school Monday for the snowstorm.
So how was it?
It was pretty good. There wasn't much snow. I woke up to it.
Is it better than last year?
Charlie.
Oh, definitely not. Last year was the same.
Oh. Oh. No, it's done. That was it.
There's snow impress you.
Do you
Hey,
think,
Charlie.
are we gonna recover? You gonna shovel the driveway for your dad?
Shovel the snow off. I mean,
Did Charlie see my biscuits?
I did. They look good.
There you go.
Oh,
You're a good kid, Charlie.
he is.
You could change his sweatshirt though.
He said you could change your sweatshirt, Dan said. Well,
Did you guys happen to watch? I mean, we don't have to talk football, but you watched the football game last night, and I felt so bad. Bo Nix is from Alabama. He went Etowah County, Gadsden boy, and he. Did you see where he broke his foot in overtime?
Yeah.
Now he's not gonna get to play.
We'll see what the backup it looks like. For the most part, I think the winner of Houston and New England is going to be your AFC representative. So
what happened to Bo Nix?
Fractures his
He
Broke
broke
his foot.
his foot
Lady.
in overtime.
season-ending surgery.
Josh Allen's horrible every time. They should spread it to
But what do you really think, Charlie?
Yeah, what do you really think? We're confused
hold
as to
back.
how you feel. Okay, so I was wondering because, like, obviously I was busy with work. I was trying to get to bed and everything, and I saw that the Broncos won, but then, like, on Twitter, I saw that, like, somebody posted, like, a meme of Marco Rubio wearing a Broncos jersey, because, like, now, like, all the memes are, like, Marco Rubio does everyone's job, like where he's
Yeah.
sitting on the sofa. And so I was like,
Right.
wonder, well, they won. I don't understand. That explains it now. Bo Nix got injured.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's out. He's out.
Yeah. Really sad.
Yes.
Who's their backup?
Yep.
Who do we know who the backup is?
Oh,
Jarrett
he's
did a
good.
Oh, he was Ole Miss, wasn't he?
He's not number 2 though, is he?
Garrett. Better hope he's.
Are we still on the air?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you threw it back to Oprah a while ago. But I heard you say we're now go back to
I think
Oprah.
we'll get ourselves out of here gracefully.
Yeah.
Does that sound-
Well, I think that ship has sailed. But we appreciate you, David. And Dan, I appreciate you hopping on all the way up in Kentucky. But pretty amazing. I'm in Florida. Dan's in Kentucky. And David's at the Cajun Corner of Mariana. And we were able to pull off Snowstorm 2026 here at Panhandle Weather.
Snow Flurry 2026.
Snow Flurry 2026. Thank you all so much for your support. Thank you so much to our sponsors. We couldn't do this without you. We got room for plenty more sponsors. So if you liked what you saw here and your business needs to get in front of people, well, give us a shout. We'll be happy to make something happen. But thank you all very, very much. Have a blessed Sunday. Stay warm. Don't worry. Next weekend we'll be close to 70.